Hey, hey, happy Friday, everybody. Bum, bum, boom, ba-na-na-na. You guys, what are you doing for a foreign country like Caitlyn Jenner is? Who even are you? Oh, does it say Night Rain? I'm such an addict. If you are not defending a foreign nation, like international star Caitlyn Jenner, you are wasting your life. Hold on a sec. Let me close this. So I remember when we were driving in your car, speed so fast I felt like I was drunk. City lights day out before us and your arms. What are you even doing? S6GH, thank you for the 34 months. Have you done your government mandated Israel Hi? I have, actually, every hour on the hour. The United States of Israel, baby. Baby! The Star-Spangled Am Israel High. Caitlyn's defending Israel with a bottle in hand behind the wheel of an SUV. You guys, I simply cannot stop laughing at this insane photo.
Time flies when you're slaying so hard.
Time flies when you're slaying so hard. X Salem, thank you for the 6 months. This photo is taking me out. It is taking me out. This killed me too. Caitlyn Jenner looks horrible in new photo released from a bomb shelter in Tel Aviv. I just can't stop laughing. I cannot stop laughing at Caitlyn Jenner looks horrible in new photo released from a bomb shelter in Tel Aviv because, yeah, she looks horrible. Aside from just the ridiculousness of Caitlyn Jenner being in Tel Aviv to, like, be a part of the Pride Parade. Okay, this is somebody who's been spewing transphobia and has been a very loyal supporter of MAGA and of Donald Trump, who is in Tel Aviv to here it is. The international star, which is crazy. Okay, calling Caitlyn Jenner an international star. If Caitlyn Jenner's an international star, then I'm an international star. You're an international star. Jojo Siwa is the inventor of gay pop. The international star in Israel for now canceled Tel Aviv's Pride Parade. It's so fucking funny to me that Caitlyn Jenner goes to Israel to participate in Pride. But then here in the United States is like so is aligning herself with people who want LGBTQ people to die. Of course, she's going to the one place Pride Parade on Earth that's completely ignoring the actual genocide. It's like so sick too that they're having a Pride Parade next door to where a genocide is ongoing. Oh my God, these sick fucks. How can she be anti-trans as a trans person? So yeah, I know it sounds crazy, but in the same way that you can be black and anti-black, that you can be Latino and are supporting Latinos being ripped away from their communities by ICE. It's called internalized bigotry that then is externalized. So Yeah, there are a few. Now, remember, it's always a minority, okay? It's always a minority, but the reason that they have such a big platform is because they are representative of this group that they are shitting on. It's why, like, Brianna Wu has been brought onto so many liberal media outlets to talk about how the radical left and the radical trans activists have gotten out of control. Because they're like, yes, thank you, trans activist Brianna Wu. We are going to listen to your perspective, and that's the only one that matters. Was she there on a paid appearance? Honestly, probably. Probably. I have to believe that every celebrity who, unless they're like Michael Rappaport, who's probably paying to go over to Israel. He's like, please, I just love genocide so much. I have herpes all over my face, and I cannot get enough of Arabs dying. So yes, if you are new to the reality that a trans person can be anti-trans, well, Caitlyn Jenner, Brianna Wu, Blair White, again, it's a minority of the trans community, but they have an outsized amount of power and are constantly being platformed. It's why you'll see, like, the three, black people for Trump, Black America for Trump. You'll see, like, the three of them at a Trump rally be stationed behind Donald Trump. They'll put all of them. They'll put, like, all the minorities who are holding up the insert minority for MAGA Trump. They'll make sure to highlight them all. Also, y'all, I have such a wicked headache. I have such a wicked headache today. It's probably because I've been consuming too much information. It's one of those days where it's like, yeah, I think I have hurt my brain. Hello? Hi. Oh, my head. Yeah, it's poison.
Do you have a Coke? Sometimes that helps.
No. Do we have coffee? Yeah. Give me a coffee. Yeah, probably. Yeah. Maybe a stress headache? Probably. There's a lot to feel stressful about, especially if you've just nonstop been consuming the news the last couple days. It's been pretty gnarly. Elise, thank you for the tier 1. Ex Salem, thank you for the 6 months. Anyway, how are we doing today? Let me not forget to kick off the stream 4 hours in. You know what? Actually, I probably have a headache too, because we got our fucking asses kicked. Can you also turn on the air, my love? It's on your way out the door. It's on your way out the door. Thank you. Because we got our fucking asses kicked last night in like 3 hours of night rain. It was awful. You know what's funny? I was so mad for like 2 hours after I ended stream. I was just pissed. Like, I was looking for my batteries. Because I thought I was going to maybe stream the protest I was going to today. But then it got canceled because mission accomplished. They kicked ICE out of the area, which is great. Woohoo. Yay, yay. It's always good to get some good news in these trying times. But I was looking for my battery in my streaming room, and I was just, like, tearing through shit, so mad. and I was like pretending I was mad about not being able to find the battery, but that's not what I was mad about. There was no gaming last night though. Oh yeah, you're right. I must be thinking of something else. Did you see this? Let me see.
This is my public service announcement to everybody that gaming is not worth it.
No!
This is my voice 2 days after yelling at Elden Ring for 6 hours straight.
No way!
What the heck?
Maya lost her voice playing Elden Ring.
Not even a good game. It's not worth it. Don't do it. I'm so sad.
Okay, not even a good game is kind of crazy.
This is my public service announcement to everybody that gaming is not worth it. This is my voice.
That's
2
crazy.
days after. Yeah.
Just remember what he took from you. You know what? I think when you're used to look at Slime's quote tweet. I just gotta go. I think when you're used to using your voice in a way that consistently puts stress on it, aka if you cover any type of politics, you know, I think you get used to it. She's, oh my fucking God. She sound like RFK Jr. Dude, okay, you know what? Slime might actually be one of my favorite Twitter users, because the thing that he'll do, okay, he'll drop some like fat truths in the most that man's way with words, let me just say. And then someone will be in the comments and be like, Slime, this is why I love you so much, man. Been a fan for years. I haven't missed an episode of The Yard. And he'll be like, get help. So like the way that he will respond to fans who are like, dude, thank you so much. Like, you're just the fucking best. I love you so much. It'd be like, you don't know me. Don't love me. He's just such a fucking hater. He is so good at tweeting because he doesn't care what people think about what he posts. Yeah. Sometimes I wish I had the Slime approach to the internet. You know, I think because for many reasons, but I am not Slime in the way that I like don't give a fuck about the things that I post and you know, people misrepresenting my shit. Your tweets pop off too for different reasons. So my mom, she called me. You didn't click my TikTok on my birthday yesterday. It was really messed up. All right, hold on a second. My mom called me right before I went live and was like, she's like, are you about to go live? I said, yeah. She goes, oh, I have to tell you something. She goes, so I met this guy at pickleball, and we were just talking about our families, and his kids are half Asian too. And I was like, my kids are half Asian. He's like, oh, I want to see a picture of your kids. She's like, and then I realized I didn't have a photo of all you kids, so I just showed him a picture of you. I was like, okay. And he goes, oh, I know her. And my mom was like, what? And he goes, yeah, she's a Twitch streamer. And my mom was like, oh my God. Yeah, she's famous. And then he went, yeah, isn't that Valkyrie? No, I'm just kidding. That's not what happened. But he did recognize me from having seen YouTube clips, I guess. Wouldn't that have been so funny, though, if he's like, yeah, isn't her name Valkyrie? Isn't that her stream name? But my mom was just like, oh my God. oh my God, you're famous. And I was like, well, you know, one guy at pickleball, I don't know if that makes me famous. But then again, if Caitlyn Jenner is being referred to as an international star, then yeah, you know what? I'm an international star. I have international fame. I mean, Natasha Leona's reposted your shit too. You're getting up there. This is, guys, we're doing it. This is how we win. Now, if only Hannah Einbinder would follow me back on Instagram. I sent 5 threatening texts to Hassan Piker. He has not responded to any of them, but I have been sending threats to him. And I was like, I will not stop hounding you. I will not stop hounding you. I'm about to message Hannah myself and be like, yo, why are you testing my chat? Dude, because my thing was fucked up. So that's why I started stream and then I ended stream because it was messed up. Mackie boy, thank you for the 2 months. You need to take his phone and do it like Cutie does. I know, when I went over to pick Will up from Furion the other day, I kind of tried to take his son's phone when he wasn't paying attention, but he's always on his phone. That man, it's like cutting a limb off to try to get that thing away. Did you meet Vanilla Mace? I did. She's so dope. And I'm going to see her. I'm going to hang out with her on Sunday when we do the Creators for Peace fundraiser. Pickpocket attempt failed. I know. I'm going to have to do that though. Or I'm going to message Hannah Einbinder and be like, hey, Hassan Piker and I were wondering if you would want to come on stream and talk about what's happening and how you as an artist have been using your platform in a way that a lot of people haven't, yada, yada. I'm just going to do it. Did you see his tweet? And now you're... No, I didn't, but also this is killing me too. Slime reposted. Check the fucking replies. It's so funny. Like, you know what the thing is? When you have normies who are not, like, they don't do political content, like Slime, pointing out how fucking insane the IDF Twitter account is, how, like, they expect us to believe this shit now, and ain't nobody buying it except for the bots. Iran is a global threat. Israel's not the end goal. It's only the beginning. We had no other choice but to act. Dear diary, Iran is globally threatening me. And I know I'm not the end goal. I'm only the beginning. So I have had no other choice to react. Map of this post is an illustration of the region. This map fails to precisely depict borders. We apologize for any offense caused by this image. Map of India is wrong. This post is an illustration of the region. This map fails to precisely depict borders. We apologize for any offense of this region or of this image. The map posted by Israel Defense Forces incorrectly shows Jammu and Kashmir as part of Pakistan. This post is an illustration of the region. This map, this is fucking AI, you guys. This is AI. Now you understand Indian right-wing community. Now you understand why India remains neutral. In diplomacy, no one's really your friend. This post is an illustration of the region. This map fails to precisely depict borders. We apologize for any offense caused by this image. Hello, dear friend Israel. Romesh Shah. Hello, dear friend Israel. Delete the tweet ASAP and use correct map of India. Oh, God. Indians' allegiance to Israel is falling. Their allegiance is falling. This is sending me map of India's wrong pouting face. Oh no, Indian Twitter. Oh no, Indian Twitter, welcome to the resistance. Welcome to the resistance. Hindu nationalists versus Israeli nationalists is an insane matchup. You know, one thing that you do not do is piss off the Indian nationalists by using an incorrect map. Not much we agree on, but very forward thinking to correctly show Jammu and Kashmir as part of Pakistan. Oh my God, dude. Oh, not the IDF Twitter account pissing off the Indian nationalists. They have the most powerful bot farms online. It's so Jover. It's so Jover, man. I have personal contact with a writer at people.com. If you ever want me to reach out to see if they would ever talk off the record, let me know. Wait, about that, them intentionally posting this Olivia Munn quote to stir up drama because she mentioned Miss Rachel. Hey, can we talk off the record? Because, I'm pretty sure that People magazine knew exactly what they were doing when they highlighted that specific quote in the midst of the war on Miss Rachel. But off the record, let's chat. Oh, smell shirt, I'm dying. I'm dying. You know what? Yes, let me talk to People magazine off the record. We can neither confirm nor deny. Crockett, thank you for the 17 months. Well, I don't want to dox them. No, it's fine. I'm just joshing. It's okay. I don't need to talk to People magazine. Here, we can briefly talk about this if you're like, wait, what is this all about? So People magazine did a June 4th cover story on Olivia Munn, and there was one quote from that story that went viral, and People magazine knew what they were doing by pushing that quote, by highlighting it in the cover story. And essentially she said, I know kids love Miss Rachel, but the thing is, if I can't watch it, I'm not going to spend the rest of my life going crazy. These kids shows drive me crazy. So basically she was just saying that she does not like kids shows. And she mentioned Miss Rachel as one of the examples because Miss Rachel is the most popular children's YouTube channel. And they titled the article, Olivia Munn doesn't let her kids watch Miss Rachel, here's why. They absolutely were fucking drama baiting here by saying Olivia Munn doesn't let her kids watch Miss Rachel, here's why. Okay, so now did Olivia Munn say that because she was trying to hint at her support for Israel? Is Olivia Munn out here saying I'm Israel shy? Hi, no. But what happened was people were like, okay, why is Olivia Munn coming for Miss Rachel? They fell for the bait. And then, of course, there are always nutbags out there who then are like, I need to go send death threats. And it's like, there are much better ways to use your energy. This is not it. However, then John Mulaney, who, as far as I know, has not said anything about Palestine. He posted this. Where's the fucking post? Oh, here you go. Oh, wait. No, that's not it. Oh, yeah, here it is. Okay, so he posted this. An innocent comment, my wife, Olivia Munn. Also, I don't know why this is making me laugh. An innocent comment, my wife, Olivia Munn, made about what children's programs we like has somehow unbelievably been conflated with not caring about the deaths of children in Gaza. Because of this, my wife and my 2 kids are now receiving violent and threatening comments and messages in her DMs. It's absolutely insane. It needs to stop. The people doing this are so wildly out of line and so unhelpful to any conversation. You took a nothing comment to a dark and dangerous place. This kind of behavior isn't activism. So I agree that people who are sending John Mulaney's wife, Olivia Munn, and their children violent and threatening comments and messages is insane. Okay. Like, you're not helping Palestine. You're also you're a nutbag. You're weird. But I think it does say something that this is the first time that Mulaney has like spoken up about kids dying in Gaza, in Palestine, you know? So then this caused another round of people being like, oh ho, so John Mulaney, you finally have spoken up about Palestine, but it's in the context of defending your wife, you know? When I see someone talk about Palestine and only say Gaza, yeah, let's not forget that like the West Bank is under a massive blockade, and as Israel is airstriking Iran, part of that intent is to ensure that it provides a distraction from their final phase of wiping out Gaza and also initiating a settler takeover of the West Bank. So make sure that we do not take our eyes off of all of Palestine, because they are continuing to suffer and will suffer. I mean, not even like, they can't even use the word greater, because how do you qualify a genocide being greater? But you know what I mean, in that it is, in Gaza, they're experiencing a blackout, and the spotlight right now has shifted over to Iran. That land is occupied Palestine. Aren't they also still attacking? Yes. Do you want to know how fucking crazy it is? Okay. This is how insane it is. Now, Israel is the only other country on earth that's fighting simultaneously 5 different wars. Other than the United States, there's no other country on this planet that you can say that about. They are continuing to bomb Lebanon, violating the ceasefire. They are continuing to illegally occupy and bomb Syria. They are escalating their bombing of Yemen. They initiated the attack on Iran. They are continuing to genocide the people in Gaza and use their state power to brutalize those in the West Bank and further take their land. So what's crazy is you look at this small nation that has a population, to put this in perspective, a population that is only slightly larger than New York. A population of a country that is only slightly larger than New York, that is currently fighting 5 wars, 4 and 1 genocide, that they have initiated. And they are doing that now because they and the United States are one entity. So essentially, what Israel does, they do because they are doing it in the image of the U.S. They are doing it with the full military and political backing, but also because this is what the United States does, and Israel and the U.S. are one entity. No longer is the United States the superpower, and Israel is its ward, No. And in fact, the last 4 years between Joe Biden and Donald Trump has shown us actually that Israel seems to be totally calling the shots here without any pushback from the United States whatsoever. This is the first time in the history of our relationship with Israel that U.S. presidents have not pulled back the cord, that they have not tried to rein Israel in when they have gotten out of control. That's the situation that we are in, which is why you see Israel attacking Iran, Yemen, Syria, Lebanon, and continuing their genocide in Palestine. Mauza them, thank you for the 4 months. Micah, thank you for the 23 months. Even fucking Reagan, both Bushes, they both reeled in their attack dog. But now it's gotten to this place that the United States, which has fully indulged the worst behaviors of Israel, the United States now is showing that they're not the one in power. And I was thinking about it. Actually, let me just wrap up this John Mulaney and Olivia Munn thing. Okay, so anyway, so John Mulaney puts that out, and then people are like, wow, John, thank you for finally acknowledging that children and also adults, but children are being murdered, that they're being genocided. And then Miss Rachel, of course, she's the fucking best, and she wrote this. Who cares? I'd rather you cover me. This is about People magazine and others like stirring up drama. I'd rather you cover me advocating for kids in Gaza who are literally starving, largest cohort of amputees in modern history, thousands and thousands killed, no medical care, no education, no homes, do better. She also was like, hey guys, Olivia and I are friends, or we've been chatting. Please leave her alone. Like, this is so ridiculous. This is just drama being stirred up. And it's a distraction from what I'm trying to do here, which is to bring attention to the atrocities being committed against Israel towards Palestinians, half of whom are children. So then People magazine deleted the story, and they put out a post and they were like, yeah, we deleted it. We deleted the Olivia Munn story in a rare move. And it's like, nah, y'all got fucking caught. Okay, you know exactly what you were doing here. Titling this story on Olivia Munn. Olivia Munn doesn't let her kids watch Miss Rachel. Here's why. People magazine doing a little slop drama. Didn't have to use Miss Rachel as an example of programs you wouldn't let your kids watch, though. You know what I think that shows? Okay, there's two things here. There's two things. Two possibilities. It shows that either Olivia Munn is aware of all the harassment that Miss Rachel has been getting as she's been using her platform to advocate for Palestinian children, and just either wasn't thinking about it when she mentioned her, or was nefariously mentioning her because clicks. I don't fucking know. Or it shows that Olivia Munn has not been paying attention at all. That she ain't tuned in. That she ain't tuned in to what's going on. I think it was not intentional. If I were to guess, I think Olivia Munn I think she did not intentionally mention Miss Rachel because she's aware that Miss Rachel has been in the headlines a lot. Miss Rachel is the most popular children's YouTuber. A lot of parents know who she is. It was really bad timing, but I think it's an out of touch type thing, you know? And I think that you guys, I think you got to keep in mind that a lot of celebrities, they aren't tuned into shit, okay? And I know that I know that seems impossible. Like, they might have a rough idea, right? Okay. If you're not living under a rock, then I think it's hard to have no concept whatsoever of any news involving Israel and Palestine. But as far as like being tuned in at the level of being aware that Miss Rachel is being targeted by pro-Israel groups, by psychos like Stop Anti-Semitism, etc. So I think it's a reminder that celebrities are not that smart and also not that tuned in the way that a lot of y'all are. It's the reason that a lot of people shared that I Stand With Israel post and then, came under fire, and celebrities like Kylie Jenner ended up deleting it because they don't fucking know. They don't know shit. They really don't. I've just seen anti-Miss Rachel stuff due to people thinking it gets kids hooked in a bad way. Olivia's talking about in a similar context. Right. That's what I'm saying. So I don't think that it was, I don't think it was intentional on her part. And I don't think that she's aware that Miss Rachel has been getting a ton of harassment and threats because she's been using her platform to advocate. But anyway, so that's basically the People magazine drama stirring up that was going on there. I mean, even just normal people too. My mom works pretty much all day, every day. She only knows bad shit going on in the world because I talk to her about it. She doesn't have the mental space or time to be keeping up with world news. Right. It's a reminder that those of us who are in a community like this one or in other leftist communities are like being tuned in to all this shit that's going on. It's here. Your average person, celebrity or not, is down here. But the reason I mentioned celebrities is because Olivia Munn is a celebrity, but also because you may be confused when you see celebrities like signing letters, celebrities posting stuff. That doesn't mean that they're like actually tuned in, okay? One perfect example, my tweet, to bring this back to me, because it's all about me, my tweet where I said the reason that we fight for immigrant rights is not because they are hardworking, which places their value in their labor, but because they are human beings who deserve dignity and, human rights that we all deserve and are guaranteed. That tweet has made the rounds because celebrities who want to show like they have to, it's basically kind of a PR thing. It was the same thing in BLM, right? Same thing in BLM where they would share the exact same post where if you go to, with exceptions, of course, like Patty Harrison, Hannah Einbinder, even Natasha Lyonne, like certain celebrities are actually much more tuned in. But for the most part, your average celeb is like, oh, here's this thing that I'm seeing that has a lot of likes. Like, I'm just going to reshare that. Done. Okay. Cross it off. Yeah. They see one good tweet. They're like, perfect, my PR in this issue. And they copy each other. Yeah. A banger tweet. Well, thank you very much. So yeah, as a reminder that you're, and I think that sometimes we're a little too tuned into stuff that's going on. It's what results in these headaches because we spend so much time online and, you mention one keyword and everyone's like, oh yeah, no, I saw that. Yeah. Sabrina Carpenter posted this. Please join me in supporting the National Immigration Law Center. Sorry, I can no longer support Sabrina Carpenter because of her album cover where she's doing something that has been done a million times. And frankly, I don't even want to entertain a discourse around it because I just don't think it's even that interesting artistically. Oops. I said it. That's my problem. I don't think it's even provocative enough as an album cover, as like a piece of art to elicit this much fucking discourse. And I just want to say too, I think a lot of people forget that all art is political does not mean all art has political intent. And a lot of times the discourse devolves into people applying political messaging and getting deep in the weeds on stuff when first and foremost they're not even evaluating whether or not they like something, like whether or not a piece of art, like what is your actual reaction to this, and not getting into the weeds on like the political messaging here, you know? I don't know. It just was I could not believe. I mean, yes, I can't believe. A lot of times too, it feels like now we are just fully being ruled by the algorithm. We're fully being ruled by the algorithm. We used to make the algorithm, right? And now it's like the algorithm is ruling us, and you feel like something actually, that there's like merit to an insane amount of discourse around something because the algorithm is telling you that. But didn't you hear she personally killed feminism? Oh my God. I know people who were writing dissertations about like how this is actually feminism, and then people who are writing dissertations about how it's actually not feminism, people who are writing dissertations about how it's satire, writing dissertations about how it's not satire. And let me tell you something. A friend of mine works for Sabrina Carpenter. They told me that she is the most business calculating person that they have ever met. So Sabrina Carpenter accomplished her goal being to have people talking about her and her album. That is what Sabrina Carpenter, a popular artist, a person who works in pop music, that is her number one goal, is to remain relevant, is to have people talking about her. And so that was mission accomplished, right? Mission accomplished. And so it was funny to me to see people like talking about the political intent and like, you know, blah, 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 blah. When I looked at it and I went, oh, I know what the intent is here. The intent is first and foremost to like stir up the algo, to have, you know, Sabrina Carpenter's name trending. I'm sorry to tell you that, but for a lot of artists whose work is in the, you know, whose work is in the area of culture that is popular, that's what they that's what like drives them. And it's not necessarily, I think, always even making decisions that are creatively ones that like, it's not them being driven by their creative decisions. It's making decisions that are driven by the desire to be relevant and viral. So yeah. My friend was like, she is so, and not calculating in like some evil way, but calculating in a way where she understands how she wants to, you know, when she was formulating her brand and wanting to move away from like being Disney child person to being a one of the it girls in pop music. The other thing too is I think a lot of people are confusing the female gaze as something that applies outside of media theory. Like the male gaze is something that was really first discussed because media theorists would discuss it in relation to the male gaze in film. But now I see people talking about it as a way to describe like just any reaction of men whatsoever, whether it relates to how women are portrayed in media, like the way that, you know, the way that like the camera shoots them, etc. Anyway, okay, I've already talked about it more than I even want to. All right, Ashley, this is your TikTok that you get for your birthday.
Just waiting for a few more people to join. Was it an inside job? I posted a video about it on my Patreon. You can join there and you can hear everything that I have to say about the matter, but I won't be discussing it here any further. No, it makes no sense. Go live with Osama. No, thank you. Only way I hear your voice anymore. How could you let this happen? You're supposed to be the protector of our country. Yeah, I would like to see you try. See if you could do a better job. And I'm strong. We all know you did it. Anybody who knows me knows that I wouldn't do something like that anyway, so I don't really care to defend myself to a bunch of strangers on the internet. I know you. I love you.
The way that Gen Z marries past big political and cultural moments with like, I don't know, social media and social media trends. George Bush goes live after 9/11.
Top, where'd you get it from? I got it off Depop. Wishing.
And I don't mean just like making videos about historical events. I mean making videos by utilizing like the framework of social media to parody, to, you know, make comedic videos around historical.
Sorry guys, I don't have my glasses on.
I don't have my glasses on.
Did you lose your job? No, I'm on break.
Did you lose your job?
My dad embarrasses me.
Oh my God. I hate the difference in TikTok volume. I'm so sorry. James, thank you for the 33 months. Castillo, thank you for the Prime. Oh, for those of you who were not in stream last night, I said that if we get back to 3,000 subs, then I will have a stream that is dedicated to beating Radon, and I do not end stream until Radon has been beaten. I really do not want to do it, which is why I set it back as the goal for 3,000 subs. So if that happens, then I will have to make good on my word that I will do a stream doesn't end until I beat Radon. You're cooked, little bro. You know, little bro. That's why I put down the controller and have not picked it up again with the DLC. Dog, that stream's gonna be like 30 minutes. Dog, ain't no way. No. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Ain't no fucking way. No. Micah, thank you for the gifted sub. Caroline, did you see with the moment, please? I did. Yes. Yes. I did indeed. Okay. So let's dive in. Let's dive in. Actually, you know what? Oh, I've had this tweet pulled up, so let me just react to it. Logical TTY. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Skeletor, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Okay. All right. We are on the road to Radon. Did you see the billionaire that died from swallowing a bee? Yes, he was friends with Prince Harry, apparently. Okay. So, Tom Felton, who ever since he appeared as Draco Malfoy, all those years ago, has been what we call an actor who is really trying to be a part of a reboot. An actor who has made their entire personality around the one role that made them famous. Other examples of this are Taylor Lautner. Taylor Lautner is an example of this. And so finally, Tom Felton, who plays Draco Malfoy, is getting to return to the franchise. I believe he's going to be part of like the Cursed Child show or something on Broadway. But anyway, here he was on the Tony's red carpet.
Sort of Twitter-
And this is painful because as far as I know, Tom Felton's actually a really nice guy.
Reverse contra.
Slatter, what the fuck? My light just died. That was the strangest thing. Okay. There's some devil shit happening right now. I don't know what's going on. What the hell? What is this devil shit happening? What is this magic happening? Am I getting Avada Kedavra? Why is that being
Gwen Fart Wave.
Okay, let me try this again. Okay, alright. What is happening? So strange. Is it Megan? Could be. Okay, that's so weird because if I do this, it turns on and then it goes off. Strange. Info Thumb Wars, thank you for the 4 months. Strange. I don't know. All right, well. Weird. Okay. Well, anyway. Okay. What the fuck is happening? Why does that... That light just went on again. Very strange. Okay, anyway, let me...
Controversy around J.K. Rowling's views impact you at all, or impact your work on the world at all?
No, I can't say it does. I'm not really that attuned to it. The only thing I always remind myself is that I've been lucky enough to travel the world. Here I am in New York, and I have not seen anything bring the world together more than Potter. And she's responsible for that, so I'm incredibly grateful.
How does the sort of Twitterverse controversy around J.K. Rowling's views impact you at all, or impact your work on the world at all?
No, I can't.
Dude, there is a way to answer this question that is so much better than this. And in fact, there are other actors like Papa Estiadu, who is playing Snape on the new show, who, look, if you are continuing to support Harry Potter now, so if you watch the show, if you watch the Broadway show, if you're buying anything, that is money that's going into JK's pockets. She just reached billionaire status, and she has been very clear that she is spending that money that she is continuing to accumulate from her, from the rights that she's retained over the franchise she created, to strip trans people of their rights. Like, she is using this money in her when she's been on her transphobic warpath. So Tom Felton saying, like, I'm not attuned to it. He's saying I'm not aware of this. Yes, you are. You absolutely are. Especially when Emma Watson, Daniel Radcliffe, a lot of your co-stars a lot of your co-stars, Rupert Grint, have all condemned the attacks on trans people and have come forward and made sure to like vocalize their support for the LGBTQ community. And like J.K. Rowling has, it's pissed her off, and she's said really nasty things about them. She's so open about all her Harry Potter money going to violently transphobic orgs, and people still act like she doesn't profit off the Harry Potter multiverse. Like, she absolutely does. Absolutely does. And is like bragging about using that money to actively suppress trans people. So yeah, this clip had gone viral, and people were like, dude, what the fuck, man? And it's like, all right, I guess Draco Malfoy was this character that gave you fame and money, and it's been a character that you've been dying to be able to return to. And so now that you have your opportunity, you are refusing to even say anything that would be any kind of condemnation towards JK's heinous actions. It's not even just her views, it's the actions that she has been taking, you know? It's not even like she's just out here saying turf shit. She is actively working with UK legislators, and yikes. I'd respect him so much more if he was like, fuck all that, but I need a job. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, is like, there was a way to respond to this. There was a way to respond to this that is so much better than what he said, where, you know what? There's a lot of people who have taken the job, and yet you took the job and are also heaping praise upon JK while acting like you don't know anything that she's been saying and doing. Yikes. Okay. Anyway, that's that. That is that. Also, calling JK's transphobia a Twitterverse controversy.
Or impact your work.
A Twitterverse controversy. I get exhausted by the misuse of the word controversy. I feel like the word controversy gets applied all the time to situations where that word does not accurately represent what is happening, you know, because controversy is the equivalent of disagreement, of debate, of you know, kind of also in internet terms, making it sound like it's drama. Usually controversy conjures up the idea that something is drama, and that's not what's going on here. Okay, so a lot of chat is telling me that you saw the IDF tweet with angered Hindutva weirdos. Yeah, where were you when we were covering that? Context is that they actually posted the wrong map, like they even took out Jammu from Jammu and Kashmir. It is actually completely incorrect. We want to free Kashmir, but neither India nor Pakistan wants that. It's always hilarious to see Hindutva folks lose their minds over British-made lines. Yeah, we were saying that the IDF is smoked now. They have pissed off the Hindutva Twitter bots. It's so over. He knew this question was coming, but seems like he came up with his own response. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Like, there's no way that he had not prepared for that to be... that question to be asked in some regard. Well, anyway, speaking of the trans community... A reminder that I am participating in the Creators for Peace fundraiser. on Sunday. So it is going to be a day that emphasizes joy, because a lot of the discussion, news coverage, etc., around what is happening to trans people is awful. So I think emphasizing joy and creating a space that is positive and is, of course, raising money for Point of Pride, but also making sure to emphasize the joy of coming together as a community and supporting our trans siblings. And it is Pride Month. Don't forget. I know a lot of crazy shit's been happening. How could you forget it's Pride Month when CAITLYN Jenner went over to Tel Aviv to be a part of Pride in Tel Aviv? Okay, you guys, this light, I don't know. It's doing some freaky shit. Okay. Yeah, it's nice knowing ya. It's nice knowing ya. Wait, oh my God, it's Friday the 13th. That's so true. It is Friday the 13th. But anyway, I know that it can feel, I know it can feel like we're battling to have space for all of these issues that are happening simultaneously, It's like we are in the midst of Pride Month. Jonathan Joss was murdered on the first day of Pride. Anti-trans and other anti-LGBTQ legislation has been ongoing. Like, don't let them. It's almost one of those, like, it's the flood the zone. It's the flood the zone type strategy where there is always going to be something that is breaking news, right? That's going to take people's attention, and it will distract them from these other things that are going on. And so it can be a lot to, like, physically and mentally juggle all of these things, but just making sure that making sure that we are not losing sight of needing to extend our solidarity and support for all these vulnerable groups that are under attack by these same systems of oppression. That's the thing. These are all different issues, but they are all interconnected, right? So anyway, anywho, and of course, as I said before, like, not taking our eyes and our voices away from Palestine, because God knows that things have been so awful, and now they are experiencing a blackout, and now the media attention is heavily on Iran, and of course the media is already manufacturing consent for the United States to possibly enter into a full-blown war, another war in the Middle East, which we just fucking love. We just love to go to war in the Middle East. We can't get enough of it. Name a better duo than the United States and war in the Middle East. But I think Iran clearly wants war. Look how close they put their country to all the U.S. military bases. Yeah, if they didn't want war, then why would they have their country be where a U.S. military base is? That's a great point. That is a great fucking point. Thank you for continuing to speak up about us. Of course. Of course. Digital Deluxe, thank you for the 33 months. Just move, duh. You know what I will say, though? This is the time, okay? This is the time to like make inroads with your MAGA family, all right? Your MAGA family who MAGA all about anti-war, right? Donald Trump, the peace candidate, peaceful dove. We don't want any more wars. We don't want to spend any more money on wars. That's something that I thought we connected with MAGA on, right? Like, that's one thing that we have in common. So they're not my hog parents. They love that shit. So this is an opportune moment to sneak in there and be like, hey, so see what's going on here? I mean, you and I agree that we are against wars, that we are not going into the Middle East yet again and spending billions and trillions of dollars, right? Biden got us into this. Be like, sure, Biden got us into this, but Donald Trump said that he was, under his watch, there were going to be no more wars. So, you know, sounds like Netanyahu's pulling a fast one on him. So we really got to make sure that Trump knows that we are not standing with Netanyahu, okay? We are not supporting Israel in this. We are not going to be fighting their wars for them, right? No more money for them. They want to do this, then they are doing it on their own, huh? We just need one big, beautiful war to end all wars. I tried to bring politics up with my father when he called me for my birthday earlier. He refused to talk politics with me. Yeah, you know, some of us we can't we just you can't talk politics with your family because it just results in not speaking to one another. Well, my mom's gearing up for the No Kings protests. Mom's getting out there. I also am going to be going tomorrow, but I will specifically chanting against the Republicans and the Democrats for utilizing local, state, and federal law enforcement to brutalize protesters, to viciously rip people out of their communities, to enact these inhumane policies, mass deportation. So just remember, the enemy is not just Donald Trump. He is currently the president, and yeah, he's the fucking worst. But Democrats in these democratic cities and these democratic states, they are the ones who are responsible for ballooning the police budgets, for authorizing the police, for protecting them as they go in and brutally treat the protesters like they normally do. I'm writing all of this on my sign, to be clear. Yeah, no, that all of this is being written on my sign. Yep. Don't forget your sunscreen. I will not forget my sunscreen. Okay, let's talk a little bit about the updates to Iran here. I was kind of posting a lot on Twitter today. The last week in particular, I've been heavy on the Twitter posts, but just a reminder, when it comes to Israel and nukes, well, for the last 30 years, Israel, Iran has been this close to getting nukes, all right? This close for over 30 years. It's going to happen any day now. Any day now. And even as American presidents like Donald Trump are the ones who destroy the nuclear deals and the ongoing discussions, it's going to happen any day now. Arguably, the Dems have an even more important role to play in liberal democracy than the openly racist right-wing party. They provide the illusion of choice. They serve as a pressure release. They consume revolutionary working-class energy and safely process it. Buddha Bebop, welcome to the community. Welcome. And you know the other thing that's really insidious about Dems, about liberals, is they will use the language of progress, right? They will they will couch their anti-working class agenda in progressive language. They will like, you know, they might not call immigrants animals and illegals and aliens. Some of them do, but you know, they're concerned about optics. They want to look like they're the good guys here, but that won't stop them from utilizing ICE. That won't stop them from utilizing local and state law enforcement. That won't stop them from doing mass deportations. They are deporters in chief as well. The mainstream media has been singing Tomorrow from Annie about Iran's nuclear program since the 90s. Tomorrow, tomorrow, Iran will have nukes tomorrow. We're only a day away. Tomorrow, I swear tomorrow. I swear to God, tomorrow they'll have nukes tomorrow. It's why we have to destabilize the whole region. Okay, this light is going off again. Ah! I think there's demons. I think there's fucking demons, you guys. Why did it fit so good? Why does that fit so perfectly? When I'm stuck with a day that's gray and lonely, I just stick out my chin and grin and say, oh, the sun'll come out. The sun being nukes. Tomorrow, bet your bottom dollar that tomorrow we'll be dead because Iran will have nuked us all. So it's why we have to strike them first, because it's preemptive. Okay, now I'm going into the next part of the show. That's going to be stuck in my head now. Tomorrow, tomorrow, they'll nuke us tomorrow. And so, if you want to not be nuked, stand up with me and say, we're just self-defending. You know what? I should do an entire production. All right, I'm going to call up Lin-Manuel Miranda. Be like, look, buddy. Tomorrow, Iran closes in on ability to build a nuclear bomb. Tomorrow. They're on the brink of nuclear bomb building in 6 to 7 months. Tomorrow is a day away. They're 2 months away from building a nuclear bomb. Yes, I also tweeted this, the United States of Israel. This also, I believe, is just the tweets of Republicans, but hello. I actually just ate, my love. You're so sweet, darling. I love you. Your peach milkshake? I love you so much. Will you put it in the freezer? Sure. Thank you. You're the best. You're the best. This was just the Republicans' tweets, but there were plenty of Democrats, of course, who are tweeting the same thing. And it's really interesting because the messaging between what Israel has been saying, what the Western media class has been saying, what Marco Rubio has been saying, and then what Donald Trump has been saying, it's very conflicting. So is it that Trump didn't know that Israel was going to strike Iran? Or is it, as Donald Trump then said in his own words, that he absolutely was aware and authorized it. So what's the story here? Okay, girly pops, we got to line up our stories because we are getting conflicting reports. You have Israel being like, oh no, for sure it was the US, as the United States was going, we had no idea about this, we were in the middle of talks, blah blah blah. But then Donald Trump comes out and says in a Truth Social post that he absolutely was a part of this. And it's also interesting because the second that Israel struck Tehran, they issued an emergency order, and then you had the barrage of tweets that all look very, very similar, which makes me believe that perhaps the donors of all of these politicians sent out a release on, hey, here's the wording of your tweet, this is what you say. And they all boom, 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 put out these tweets that are quite similar. Some might say pretty much exact in the calling for prayers for Israel, calling upon Israel's right to self-defense. You also have Lindsey Graham, who said game on, because, you know, when we're talking about the lives of civilians in Iran, in Israel, across the region, being now sacrificed, being at risk. The first casualty in Iran was a child. Love to call that a game. That's real game on to me, you know? So fun. Like it's a sporting event. Like you would say before you watch a football game. Game on. Game on as we enter into war yet again. Essie, thank you for the gifted sub. You know, this was also interesting to me. Not even interesting, but so this was a point that I made yesterday about how American exceptionalism tells us that we are the moral authority, that we are the world police, that we are the commander-in-chief of the entire world. And so we get to decide who gets to have nukes. We get to decide that actually we should pursue technological advancements to make sure that our nuclear power is greater than our enemies. That we get to decide when and where nukes are used. And of course, I mentioned the fact that we are the only country to date that has used nuclear bombs with hostile intent on a civilian population, not once, but twice. And it was for political purposes. And there are people in the comments who are like, political purposes, tell me you know nothing without telling me you know nothing. And actually, yes, it was for political purposes. When we dropped those nuclear bombs, it was not to stop Japan. Japan was already on the verge of surrendering. Japan knew it was over. We dropped those bombs because we were trying to stop the Soviet Union. And we had already declared ourselves against the Soviets before the war had even officially ended. And then of course we went right into the Cold War. And then we threatened to drop bombs on both Vietnam and Korea, two countries that we invaded, that we brutalized because of our ongoing battle against the communist Soviet Union. And this is the history of the United States and nuclear warfare, is that we are the only ones who have dropped nuclear bombs. We have threatened multiple times to utilize them in other wars that we have gotten ourselves into to stop a superpower, to stop the threat of a superpower, I should say. Yeah. In the name of democracy, but really with the reasonings being anti-communism, wanting to stop communism from overpowering American might. That lawyer's so mad in your comments. Japan was on the verge of surrender, so it took 2 atom bombs. Yeah, this is what I'm trying to explain to you, is that a lot of you guys don't know. A lot of y'all don't actually know that the bombs were not dropped in order to stop Japan. Okay? And you want to know who opposed the dropping of the bombs? Eisenhower. Why don't you go look up how Eisenhower, who otherwise had no issue carrying out the marching orders for the U.S., how he felt about the nuclear bombs. You want to know who also felt about the bombs being dropped because he knew that it wasn't necessary to end the war, and that really it was actually to make sure that we got credit for it and not the Soviets? Fucking Oppenheimer. The guy who made the bomb. Sean has an incredible 1.5-hour video on the real timeline reasons for the use of the atomic bombs. Yeah, there's a lot of information out there. So if you don't know, it's because you just have either never heard this before, or you have chosen to believe that actually it was incredibly necessary for us to drop nuclear weapons on a civilian population twice, which led to not only over 100,000 deaths, but decades of problems within the population for people who hadn't even been born yet. Health issues from the radiation. To this day, there are still people who believe it was necessary. I'll never understand the perspective. As I said, it's because you either just never expanded your understanding of the, of that part of history past like what you learned in junior high of, oh yeah, we dropped the bombs and then the war came to an end, or because you refuse to believe that there have been many points that the U.S. government has done things at the grave expense of civilian populations to maintain our imperialist might. So that's it, okay? And if it's the former, where you just simply have never heard this at all, that your history begins and ends with, we dropped the atom bombs and then the war ended, then I would implore you to go learn about that. But if you have heard that and you are like, nope, that does not fit in my reality, that does not fit with my worldview, then unfortunately, I have to be the one to tell you that you are a dumbass. I'm going to need some of these chatters to take basic history classes that are not taught from the American hegemonic perspective. Yeah. And a lot of people who grew up in America and have only been exposed to history that mostly paints the American empire as benevolent. We've learned this in our own educational journeys. It's not the type of thing that you get taught in school. Praying for Israel and its people, America stands with you. Didn't you and your son have an app that monitors how much you jack off? Sometimes Kyle Kalinske can be very annoying, but then sometimes he's a troll in the right way. I am glad to see how many people are just point blank calling out the fucking gaslighting bullshit. The gaslighting BS of all these posts saying praying for Israel. Israel has the right to self-defense. It's like, look, I'm no geopolitical expert, all right? I don't, you don't have to work in foreign affairs to understand that this is bullshit. The only people believing now that Israel is engaging in any type of self-defense are ones who are ones who, it doesn't matter what Israel does. They're like, yeah, hell yeah, love Israel. Blast away. That like there is nothing Israel could do that would have them at all going, you know what? Now they've gone too far. That's where we're at. If you're still pulling the self-defense, unless it's like you work... Now, I would say if you work in, let's say, the media, those might not be your personal beliefs, but certainly it's what you are doing in your job because those are the expectations and requirements. Like, there's definitely people who are full-throated Israel supporters, both in their personal lives and then also professionally, but there's also ones who... They don't even really believe that, but they're doing it because they gotta for their job. All right, let's watch this video.
Overnight hours in Israel and Iran, well into a night of more strikes and counterstrikes by each on the other. And just moments ago, a senior Iranian official threatened to target the regional bases of any country that defends Israel, which, of course, the United States already is. In just the last several hours, air raid sirens have sounded in Jerusalem and Tel Aviv and reportedly in the southern Israeli city of Eilat, followed a short time ago by the all clear. CNN's Orton Lieberman was on the air in the middle of it.
Fire!
And we just saw a launch right behind us.
In Iran, air defenses around Tehran have gone active. It seems like that one Iranian official's promise of a, quote, dark night ahead for Israel is coming to pass, or at least a tense and difficult one, as is this from Israel's prime minister.
More is on the way. The regime doesn't know what hit them. They don't know what will hit them.
Benjamin Netanyahu leveled that threat in the middle of earlier missile strikes by Iran on Tel Aviv, Jerusalem, and elsewhere. Much of it was blunted by Israeli and American air defenses, all of which followed Israel's audacious strike on Iranian nuclear targets, nuclear scientists, and some of the country's top military commanders overnight, involving some 200 jets and hitting more than 100 targets so far, according to the IDF. Now, some of it was carried out, according to Israeli intelligence, from a drone base set up inside Iran.
Yeah. Netanyahu is about to see his goal be achieved, aside from the complete takeover of Palestinian territory. His goal of having American men, women, and NBs fight for Israel and die for Israel so that Israel can go to war against Iran. So, if you're not willing to die for Israel so that they can go and be the superpower in the region, then you are not American.
Totally dropped.
Huh?
Power in my ADU just dropped.
No way. Yeah. Dude, what's weird? This light has been like flickering on and off.
I had to call an electrician.
No way. It just totally cut out?
Totally dropped.
Wow. Yeah. No warning? Were there any Fs that were... Dude. No power? Shit. Maybe the demon in my light went to his streaming room. Huh. Anyway, as I was saying, if you are not willing to die for Israel, then you are not an American. That's where we're at. The United States of Israel. Okay, in classrooms across the country, we will be singing I pledge allegiance to the flag, the United States of Israel. Israel, Chai. That's what will be happening in classrooms across the country. Little boys and little girls.
Which is a remarkable feat given the repressive surveillance state Iran has long been. Now, what you're seeing is some Mossad video of some of that activity. The operation was designed, they say, to take out air defenses and hit air bases before Iranians could shoot down Israeli Air Force planes or scramble.
Holy Lord, the fucking chat today is a doozy. Yeah, so just expect that there are going to be there are going to be extra shitheads, because between the ICE raids and between Israel going to war against another country in the region, there are people who they're like living out their fantasies through this. The same people too who love sci-fi and fantasy, and I think in this situation believe that the real revolutionaries here are ICE and the state of Israel. They've got it a little backwards. I think they're a little confused, but they look at this and they're like, hell yeah. Hell fucking yeah. Let's fucking go. Man, this is so sick. This is so sick. It's like the sickest thing ever. Man. You know what? Why don't you go sacrifice yourself for the great state of Israel if you are so inclined, if you care so much about, what the hell, this light is actually throwing me off. If you care so much about the might of Israel.
Interceptors, however.
They want, if you live in the United States, they want you to fight their war for them.
It was accomplished. The first strike decapitated Iran's military leadership, at least 4 top military leaders. The commander of the elite Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, the head of the armed forces.
Let's not forget, okay? Do not forget the time that Netanyahu did not realize that he was being recorded. And he was speaking in front of a group of people. And he said, I know what America is. America is a thing you can move very easily. Move it in the right direction. They won't get in their way. For years now, Netanyahu has been looking at America as this great power with which he can control, which Israel will no longer be the ward of, but instead will have all the power and might of the U.S. empire, and that he can manipulate and wield, and nothing and nobody is going to get in his way. And now we're seeing that he was absolutely correct. I mean, he said this 15 years ago. 15 years ago, he said, this is what America is. That we can just move America in the direction and they will not get in their way.
Staff, the Revolutionary Guard's Aerospace Forces chief. Iran also says 6 top...
Conspiracy brain, I know. It's not conspiracy brain, but I think he did this because the Knesset was going to boot him out. No, Netanyahu is absolutely making these decisions with the understanding that he is in political danger, and also possibly were to face prison time. Now that would be great, but no, he's trying to keep himself and his political career alive.
Nuclear scientists were killed, including the man you see here who once led Iran's atomic energy organization. As for the nuclear facilities targeted, Iran is minimizing the damage done. However, the head of the International Atomic Energy Agency told the UN Security Council today that Israel managed to destroy the above-ground uranium enrichment plant in Natanz and says Iranian authorities have notified the IAEA that facilities at Fordo and Isfahan were also hit. Now, earlier today, President Trump weighed in with two...
That's why we got to go in and fuck up Iran, for the same reason that we had to go to Iraq, because they have all this uranium, and they're going to be using that uranium to make weapons of mass destruction, okay? Here we go again. Here we go again. All right, some things don't change. WMDs all over again, but this time it's real, okay? This time it's actually real. What is yellow cake? Yellow cake is it's a term for uranium concentrate. It is it's a term that a lot of people became familiar with because it was one of the things that was used as an excuse for why we had to go into Iraq, because they had all these stashes of uranium that is a, you know, it's a concentrate that is used in the creation of very dangerous weapons that would then be used on the United States population.
Social media postings on the as yet unproductive U.S.-Iranian nuclear talks in a post that also offers Iran an off-ramp if they make a deal. Quoting now from the president, 2 months ago, I gave Iran a 60-day ultimatum to make a deal. They should have done it. Today is day 61. I told them what to do, but they just couldn't get there. Now they have perhaps a second chance. Another post an hour earlier was darker, with the president warning, quote, Iran must make a deal before there is nothing left.
Chappelle's
Joining right now,
is how I
CNN
learned
Jerusalem
about
Bureau
yellow
Chief
cake.
Oren Lieberman. Oren, what are you seeing, hearing at this hour? What's the latest here?
Well, Anderson, it's worth pointing out that this is pretty much the 24-hour mark from where this all started during
CAITLYN
your
Jenner?
show yesterday as
She's
we
right
hopped
there.
on air at the beginning of the first wave of Israeli strikes. That has very much continued, according to Iranian state media, with more strikes in and around Tehran occurring just a short time ago. Meanwhile, we have seen just a short time ago from this very spot a third wave of incoming Iranian ballistic missiles that once again essentially sent off red alerts across the country and once again forced many Israelis and many citizens into bomb shelters here. We even saw interceptors launched right behind us, saw what appeared to be intercepts and certainly heard perhaps 10, a dozen, or maybe even more intercepts in the skies behind us. Those incredibly loud, thunderous booms can be heard for miles, saw falling shrapnel, with both Israel and Iran essentially promising one another and vowing to the wider world that this isn't over yet. Perhaps it is just beginning here as we see more strikes from Israel carried out in Iran, and Iran promising to carry out more ballistic missile launches against Israel. We saw that begin with drone attacks much earlier in the day, but now Iran promising there will be more ballistic missile strikes to make sure that Israelis don't have a quiet night, and that's very much what we have seen playing out over the course of the past several hours here.
They found CAITLYN. CAITLYN Jenner's kid. Oh my God. Okay, obviously shit is so serious right now, but oh my God. Reminder, CAITLYN Jenner killed somebody when she was texting in her car and caused a crash on the highway. Somebody died. She was not criminally charged for it. And then a year later, she almost fucking ran over my roommate. I had just moved to LA. My roommate and I were in Hollywood. We were hanging out, and I was behind her. She was starting to cross the street. A fucking Escalade. I swear to God, probably the same Escalade that CAITLYN Jenner was driving when she killed someone a year prior. Escalade almost runs her over. I managed to catch a look at the driver. It was motherfucking CAITLYN Jenner. 1 year after she had killed somebody with her Escalade. She is not an international star. She's an international threat. Ah! why wasn't Caitlyn Jenner charged? Fucking bullshit reasons. They said, let's see, prosecutors said there was not enough evidence for conviction. She is Mrs. Worldwide, that's for sure. Yeah, they money. Money. So they chalked it up to a traffic accident. They said that even a misdemeanor charge would be inappropriate. They didn't even give her they didn't even charge her with a misdemeanor. They chalked it up to a traffic accident. She was sued. I know that. I know that I think the lawsuit ended up settling for almost $1 million. But yeah, she was texting. She was texting while she was driving and then killed someone. And then a year later almost killed my roommate.
That officials call definite proof of WMDs in Iraq. What that means for your weekend, I tell you.
Due to the new information sharing provisions in the Patriot Act, the photos had made the rounds through several branches of government and ultimately to the U.S. Army itself.
I just came back to tell you I can't do that wall.
There's no time for that. We're shipping out without you.
What?
Didn't you see?
Pick it up. Weapons of mass destruction?
Just a reminder that the lie of weapons of mass destruction was so egregious. Okay, it was so egregious, but also it's not something that is a debate anymore. Like it is an objective fact that Colin Powell at the instruction, at the direction of Rumsfeld, Cheney, Bush, etc., lied in order to get us into Iraq. Okay, lied in front of the UN to the point that it is so heavily parodied and is, many instances of popular culture and media that revolve around this one of the probably the most egregious lie, most egregious act of the 20th century.
Bastards. I did not say that. Are you going to let that slide?
Aside now from Israel saying they are doing self-defense while committing a genocide.
Are you going to allow your children, your children's children, and any children that I might have out there to live in fear for the rest of their lives? Climb that wall, homo!
Climb it.
And just as the men thought the day could get no more surprising, it did.
Now, when you do this without getting punched, you'll have more fun.
Meanwhile, Michael was still up in the attic.
Dad, what's...
Oh, God. Okay. They found Caitlyn Jenner. She escaped. It's not safe, Caitlyn. It's not safe for your car.
According to Israel's emergency responders, 7 injured in the latest round of Iranian attacks. But again, Anderson, this could very well just be the beginning. Even if it's not ground troops fighting, it is very much an air war here.
And Orrin, I just want to be clear, because we're showing video from earlier today. When was the last time there was incoming from Iran to Israel, hitting either taken out by Iron Dome or actually hitting on the ground, whether it be Jerusalem or Tel Aviv or elsewhere?
I think it was just about an hour and a half ago. It is 3:05 local time here. It was right around 1:15 local time, maybe a little after that. That red alarm and red alert sirens went off not only in Jerusalem, but we could hear them throughout the surrounding area. And we saw interceptors fired off behind us and saw incoming as well.
We mentioned the threat from Iran to target regional assets belonging to any countries that help Israel. Interesting.
It's no surprise, but of course the media is laundering this bullshit narrative that paints Israel as the victim here, that Iran is the threat in the region. All right, you had Kamala Harris get up at the DNC and say, and talk about the great destabilizing force that Iran is. And now we're seeing yet again the media, as they have for the past 20 months, running defense for Israel. Truly, it is punching someone and then going, I can't believe they punched themselves. Like, I had to punch them so they wouldn't punch me.
Because last night, the initial statement from Secretary of State Marco Rubio, which was the first...
I don't understand why do Americans believe this shit. All right, well, there are quite a few Americans who still believe this shit, but I think it's important to note that the support for Israel, with Democrats at least, is at an all-time 25-year low. They just did, there was just a recent Gallup poll. But the reason that Americans believe this is because they have been sold the narrative that the United States is the greatest democracy in this world, that we keep the peace, that we go into dangerous regions where civilian populations are suffering so greatly, and the only thing that will alleviate their suffering is the United States entering via military operations. We have been sold the idea that Israel is our greatest ally in this region that is filled with barbaric, dangerous, terrorist Arabs. And so therefore, when Israel is attacked, the United States is attacked. That is the message that has been sold to us. And unfortunately, because a lot of people are still unable to see through the propaganda that has been spun for decades, they still believe in like a black and white, a binary of good guys versus bad guys. Good guys being the US and Israel, bad guys being, well, when it comes to the Middle East, everybody else. Arabs, essentially. Boomers saying we must protect Israel no matter what, realizing their entire life was a lie. Yeah, because if you wake up and realize that you have been sold lies, then you start to question everything. And you start to question your very identity as a proud American in these beliefs that you hold, that we are the greatest nation on this earth, that there is such a thing as American exceptionalism, that we are, we are the providers of peace in this world. And it's uncomfortable to sort through these lies to find the truth. It requires a total dismantling, and these truths are uncomfortable. These uncomfortable truths. You learn things that will make you angry, that will make you feel deeply, deeply sad about a country that you have so proudly been a citizen of. And it's a betrayal as well. Yeah, and people don't like to, they don't want to feel betrayed. They don't want to believe. They don't want to believe that their country has been responsible for a lot of pain and suffering in this world. The country whose flag they proudly fly, that they defend, that they celebrate every year.
First statement we heard from the administration was essentially pointing out that the U.S. was not aware of this, not involved in it. Clearly, that posture seems to have changed now. What more do you know about what the threat is coming from Iran right now about hitting other regional partners?
Well, the U.S. statement was it seemed very carefully worded that the U.S. had not taken part in the offensive side of this. Israel was acting on its own. But we know, having talked to U.S. officials, that the U.S. was very much helping Israel on the defensive side. Once there was incoming, there are U.S. THAAD batteries, also U.S. Patriot missiles stationed across the region, and it seems some of that helped intercept the incoming Iranian ballistic missiles. So it seems that's where the Iranian threat is pointed. Yes, there are other countries that make up what U.S. Central Command created, which is a network of detection and interception. Other countries take part in that as well, not just the U.S. and
Can you imagine, can you imagine these countries that view the United States as a threat for good reasons, right? Can you imagine if one of these countries started bombing the United States, that they went in and they killed American scientists, they killed children, right? They blew up residential buildings. They bombed Chicago and killed a bunch of people. That they murdered they murdered United States diplomats. They murdered Steve Witkoff. Okay, that they murdered like high up administrative officials. That they killed the chief of staff. All right. That they murdered top military leaders. That they did all of these things with the argument that, well, the United States might attack us, right? That like we're worried that the U.S. poses a threat to us, and so they may wake up one day and go, we're going to attack you now. Can you imagine if that happened? There would be no doubt. There would be no other narrative here, because it's so ridiculous, because it is so unbelievably out of control, beyond the pale, ridiculous, and it would be deserving of total condemnation. There would be a recognition that you cannot do that. You cannot do that. Not just per international law, but also because that's not how things should work, right? That's not how we should be able to operate. U.S. never said they want to eradicate them, though. Do you think that governments will use, well, actually Israel does. They will say, actually, we need to wipe out all of Palestine, that we're going to turn them into a parking lot. But like, because the United States has not said, oh, we need to eradicate Iran, like point blank, that they haven't said that it means that for decades now, they have not been engaging in aggression via their attack dog in the Middle East, Israel, so that they can control their interests in the region. You know, there's this notion that people have where if a government does not come out and explicitly state their intentions, because why would they, unless they are Israel and they are just now acting like they've got total impunity, because they do, and so they don't give a fuck about what they say because they get to just pretend they're victims. But for the most part, governments like disguising what their real intent, their real goals are, by pretending, by the things that they state publicly, saying otherwise. Trump has said in his recent Truth Social post, Iran to give up before it's too late. No threat my ass. Well, that's the thing, right? Is like when you have Israel and when you have Trump, actually the whole, well, they're saying the quiet part out loud. It's not even the quiet part anymore. Like they are going against the way that things are traditionally done, in that they are flat out saying what they're going to do.
Israel,
Iran.
some of the Arab states too. But it doesn't seem like that's where Iran is really pointing the threat. It seems like Iran is threatening U.S. bases in the region, and of course, there are significant bases.
Well, maybe Iran shouldn't have been in the region where U.S. military bases are, okay? Sorry. What are these military bases supposed to do with Iran there?
Fifth Fleet is based in Bahrain. Air Force Central Command is based in Qatar. And then there are U.S. forces in Iraq and Syria that have come under fire from Iran-backed proxies there. It seems that's where Iran is pointing this threat. The U.S. has already threatened back, essentially, and said if Iran attacks U.S. forces, then the threat of U.S. getting involved becomes a very real possibility here. So
here's the thing, okay? Here's the thing. So Iran retaliating against U.S. troops and bases and other assets in the region, it would, of course, give then the U.S. political and media class even more of an excuse, as they would spin this, of course, that we are under threat, right? That we have to self-defend, to enter into war with Iran. But the thing is like, that's not even necessary. That doesn't even have to happen. You know, it doesn't even have to happen that Iran were to attack troops or military bases or other assets in order for the U.S. to then go, well, now we have to be involved. In order for Israel to have an excuse to, you know, drag this into a full-scale war.
that's what we're watching as this develops past the 24-hour mark.
Oren, we'll continue checking with you throughout this.
Like, look at how our political classes response is already responding. They have made it very clear that the United States is Israel and that Israel is the United States. That an attack on Israel is the same as an attack on the U.S. So Iran doesn't even have to hit U.S. assets for this to be considered an attack on the U.S. That Israel truly is not even just the 51st state, is the entirety of the U.S. You want to know the crazy thing, too? Do you know that Israel is not even one of the U.S.'s treaty allies, which means that they are not even legally obligated to go to war for the U.S. if it's attacked? So the U.S. has 51 treaty allies, which means that each one of those allies is under legal obligation to go to war for the United States if they are attacked. This is the special relationship that we have with Israel, in that they are not even technically one of our treaty allies. We just operate this way without any legal obligations. Man, we're so fucking cucked. You know, the thing is that how can you look at this situation, even if you believe that Trump didn't know they were going to do this, despite him saying, actually, yeah, woohoo, I knew they were going to do this and I was a part of this. But if you try to believe that, like, the U.S. had no involvement, that this is Israel's doing, then what you're saying is that we have been overtaken by a rogue state, that our little ally is now in total control, that the great U.S. empire is not actually so great, that our superpower status is now threatened because we can't even control what little Israel, a state with a population of 9 million that does not possess the power that we do, and the power that they have is because we give it to them, that now they're calling the shots? Because I don't think that optically that looks good. It looks not good. I'm Canadian and fuck Trump, by the way. You mean you're not one of those Canadian hogs? One of the most embarrassing archetypes you can be, which is to be from Canada and to be Canadian. You live in Canada and you're a MAGA hog.
Hour. Joining me right now is CNN Chief White House Correspondent and anchor of The Source, CAITLYN Collins. Kate, what are you hearing from White House officials?
Well, what Orange has laid out there is a key part of this that they are very closely watching at the White House, which is whether or not Iran does go after U.S. personnel or U.S. interests inside the region, and whether or not that does pull the U.S. further inside of this. It's actually a debate that has kind of been roiling President Trump's world today, the MAGA world today, at least some people who do not want to see the U.S. get more involved in this.
Man, between Trump and Elon, Israel and Iran, MAGA's been going through it. Also the ICE raids, right, where they're going, hold on a second, I voted for the guy who said that he was going to deport them all, but I didn't mean, not like this. MAGA's going through it. You know what? Prayers up for MAGA. All right, can we have a moment of silence? Moment of silence for MAGA. Because MAGA has really been going through it these last couple weeks. MAGA has been having a rough one. They've been having a rough one. It's got to be tough, you know? Elon versus Trump. These ICE raids taking hard-working people. People that you're like, hold on a second. These guys are working hard. I thought we were going to go get the criminals. Why are they taking Home Depot workers? Wait, hold on. I didn't know that was going to happen. And now your peaceful dove, you know, bragging about how he was part of the attack on Iran. It's tough. Logan, thank you for the gift.
Others are saying that the United States should be there to assist Israel as it defends itself from Iran. The question is whether or not that goes further than this. And Anderson, we did hear from President Trump today praising these strikes as excellent from Israel on Iran last night, even though just hours before he had publicly been saying he did not want to see Israel strike Iran because he was worried that it would derail those diplomatic talks that have been happening, those talks about a nuclear deal between the United States and Iran. There's supposed to be another meeting on Sunday about that, and we still haven't gotten really a clear answer as to whether or not that is still going to go forward.
That's not fucking happening.
The president, was not in front of cameras today. He spent most of it basically on the phone and in meetings with advisors behind closed doors today. He convened his national security team inside the Situation Room for well over an hour earlier today. And, I was in the halls of the West Wing. I saw his Middle East envoy, Steve Witkoff, going from meeting to meeting. And so obviously there's been a lot of activity happening at the White House as they have been watching this. But it is a notable turn to see the president praising this strike so much and just how far ranging it was after very publicly.
You know what? Shout out to the few individuals like Z Squirrel who have been sounding the alarm bells and being like, do not fall for this theater. Do not fall for the fake fight between Netanyahu and Trump, and for this to be spun into, oh, the U.S. was in the middle of these talks, these nuclear talks, and they had this wasn't their doing. There have been a few accounts that correctly identified what was going to happen here. Yeah, remember when Biden was very upset? He called Netanyahu, and it was a very stern call. President Biden is not happy. President Biden is upset, and he had some stern words for Netanyahu. Actually, no, he didn't. You want to know how we know that? Because Israel themselves, Netanyahu and other top-ranking officials will be like, yeah, the U.S. is such a bitch. They're so cucked. We're doing whatever the fuck we want to do. They're not even trying to pretend to mention a ceasefire. No, we've got full reign, and that's why they're acting this way. That's why they are so rogue. Why they are so rogue, and they are fighting everybody. That they're bombing everyone. That they're doing a genocide because they're like, the U.S. isn't going to stop us, and if the U.S. doesn't stop us, then who can? The rest of the world needs to. Butterstains, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Mumbles, thank you for the 22 months. Yeah, just a small bean president who had no power. Never forget, all it takes is one phone call. One fucking phone call, okay? That's it. Biden refusing to stand up to Netanyahu. Trump, same thing. Never forget, it takes one phone call.
He had been signaling that Israel should not take this step as he wanted to try to achieve a deal first. And so we'll see, of course, what is the next step here and what's going to happen. As I should note, just...
And not like the squirrel or dog shit in their taste in South Asia. Very arrogant and being wrong about it, but they are correct about this. Yeah, I don't agree with squirrel on everything, but there are... And I sometimes think that they're a little cray, but there are certain things that they have absolutely been spot on.
The context of all of this, Trump is preparing to go to Canada on Sunday night. He's meeting with world leaders at a summit there. And so obviously this will be a key issue and how this develops over the next few days.
Yeah, Caitlin Collins, thanks very much. Joining me now is CNN Global Affairs analyst Brett McGurk. He's a former Middle East and North Africa coordinator for the National Security.
They blocked me despite never interacting with them. They are known to do that. They don't follow a single account on Twitter. And they... yeah, anyway.
Council, also CNN national security analyst, former deputy director of national intelligence, Beth Sanner, CNN political and foreign policy analyst, Barak Ravid, and CNN Jerusalem correspondent, Jeremy Diamond. Barak, what do you make of the targets that Israel...
You know that this is going to be an unbiased panel when one of the panelists is wearing the yellow ribbon, for sure. They absolutely... This is not going to be yet another CNN segment where it is spun into, the big... bad, dangerous, destabilizing Iran that Israel has to go up against because otherwise they pose too great of a threat. The other thing too, let me be fucking clear, all right, before anyone's like, oh, so you think Iran is great and perfect. So you support, you support theocracy. Let me remind you that what we're talking about are the lives of civilians across this region, okay? Civilian lives that have already been the victim of this aggression, of these airstrikes. And no, I don't think that civilians, that children being murdered in their sleep so that one nation, one state can have even more power in the region is a good thing. I don't think that the United States, the shit that we engage in is moral. I don't. And it doesn't mean that I defend these governments that certainly have done a lot of cruelty to their own citizens. But I also don't support the U.S. government entering into these areas to fulfill their own economic and military purposes under the lies of, spreading democracy and protecting the people, when who always suffers the most? the fucking people. When the U.S. went into Iraq, who suffered? The people, the civilians. That's who always suffers. That's who always is killed, is bombed and starved and used as pawns. And for the millionth time, here's a prime example of how Israel does not keep their people safe. That Israel does not keep Jews around the world safe, because you cannot keep your people safe when you are acting in this aggressive, out of control, when you are currently bombing four countries that you are going to war against, and then also committing a genocide against an incredibly vulnerable population that you have kept in a cage. So, no, Israelis, do you think that they feel safe? Do you think CAITLYN Jenner? Look at her! Look at her! She has to drink her wine in a bunker. She can't drive. Yeah, because she's in the bunker. Israel's bombed Iran every single time a deal was on the table, including while Obama was getting the previous nuclear deal done. Yes, because, and I don't mean to like make the, I don't mean to turn the, 80 years that Israel has been waging hell upon the Palestinians and upon Arabs in the region. I don't mean to make this all into the actions of, Netanyahu, but Netanyahu specifically, Netanyahu specifically has had a very explicit goal for 30 years now of dragging the U.S., of having the U.S. pay and provide cover for them going to war against Iran so that they can establish their dominance, that they can be the superpower in the broader region. Netanyahu, for over 30 years, has been a big instigator in pushing the Iran's about to get nukes. Hey, Iran's about to have nukes, so, we gotta do something about that. We gotta take them out.
Israel has hit so far that we know about, both the facilities that they have chosen to strike and also the ones that they haven't, and the targeting of scientists, top military commanders.
Good evening, Anderson. I think what we can see clearly from the last 24 hours is that
the whole, like, when we talk about Darvo with abusers, it's the same thing that you apply to how Israel behaves, how the United States behaves. Okay, the U.S. has a very long history of not just destabilizing Iran, but destabilizing the entire region. And then they will turn around and say that Iran is the most destabilizing, dangerous force in the Middle East. So those are the exact words that Kamala Harris used just this past fall when she was at the DNC. And they will say, we have to go in and do what we do, which is to destabilize, because these regions are destabilizing. So we have to go and destabilize them because they are destabilizing.
Iran has taken a hit. It has taken a big hit, mainly because Israel's strikes are very pinpointed. It's based on intelligence.
What's so fascinating to me? When they have shown photos of these residential buildings with, like, oh, this very precise hole in the building where, oh, look at that very precise strike where they didn't take the whole building down. They just got the family inside. And it's like, oh, you know, we have for the past 20 months looked at entirely leveled residential areas in Gaza. And we have been told that Israel does these precise strikes. Oh, so why is it that 92% of buildings in Gaza are completely destroyed? Why is it that if you compare Gaza before October 7th to now, it is utter destruction? Why is it that every single day we see images of apartment complexes that have just been totally wiped out, of refugee camps that are a giant crater? They have leveled an entire city. What about that is precise? Also, precise strike like that is still a war crime. They're killing scientists and generals with their families. No, I know. Like the first casualty, the first victim was a child. Remember that what happened last time when the U.S. thought that Iran had chemical weapons, that they had already been destabilized by Western powers, and people act like it's new. History rhymes. History rhymes. So, this is the bullshit that you have been fed for decades. If your entire life you have believed it, now is the time to wake up and look with your own eyes. Look with your own eyes. Don't listen to what the political class is saying about it. Don't listen to what the mainstream media is saying about it. Look with your own fucking eyeballs. Who struck first? Who has always struck first? Who has leveled all of Gaza? Who is going into the West Bank and brutalizing the Palestinian people there so that they can build more settlements? Who says outright what their intentions are? I hate to pull the whole like read a book, but please look with your own eyes and read a book. Do not continue to buy the lies that are disseminated by the media, that are put forth by our political class, because it's the same shit, all right? If you are a person who's like, oh my God, I cannot believe that they fooled us all when we went into Iraq under the pretenses of there being weapons of mass destruction that did not exist. I can't believe that we believe. Well, if you're believing this now, then it's happening again. You know, the whole like, oh, I would have been, of the civil rights movements in the 60s, I would have been on the good guys' side. I would have stood up to the Nazis in 1940s Germany. I wouldn't have believed the bullshit about Iraq after 9/11 and support. Well, here's your opportunity to do the things that you say you would have done, and say the things that you claim you would have said in these previous points in history. Now is your time, okay? If you look back, on these other moments and go, well, I wouldn't have believed that. I wouldn't have stood up for that.
It's basically this.
Flunky, thank you for the 30 months. It's basically this. Let me see. Yeah, that's why I posted this photo. No comment. No comment necessary. This happened in our lifetime. Well, I think most of us. I hope so. I do hope there's not people in here who are younger than 22. Well, no, that's okay. You know, as long as you're older than 18, then I feel comfortable. But yeah, I posted this. No comment necessary, as a reminder. As a reminder that this is not the first nor the last time that the State Department, that the U.S. government will lie to you, will lie to the public so that they nod along, so that they, give them the go-ahead, so that they don't protest, that they don't get mad about what the U.S. does over in the Middle East. This is a very, very now well-known photo, infamous, because of what it represents. Actually, Iraq was 2003. I know, March 2003. So if you're 18 now, you were alive. No, I was doing the math on it. And I was like, well, we were all alive then. Well, maybe most of us. There might be some people in here who are 22 or younger. But I said, as long as you're over 18, then I'll feel more comfortable having you in this community. If you're 15, I do think that there are important things in here, but also, but also, I don't know if I'm comfortable with 15-year-olds in the Quantarage. I would like for you to at least legally be able to drink,
Based on precision.
All right, whatever. Okay, let's watch this second thought video. Have I watched this before on here? Why is the U.S. always at war? I don't know. Maybe I have. Maggie Pie, thank you for the 10-month. Paparoni, thank you for the 21 months.
By Means TV, the world's first anti-capitalist streaming service. Stick around after the episode to learn a bit more about Means and snag a nice little discount as a thank you for supporting my channel.
Blowback Season 1 is all about the Iraq War. If you have not listened to it, it's a great season.
At first, this is going to make sense, and then it won't for a second. And then it's going to start making sense again. Stick with me, though.
Caroline's the best political commentator on the platform there. He said it, quote me. Borg Jones, thank you for 3 months. But remember, I'm a pop culture justice warrior, okay? I'm a pop culture justice warrior. That's what I am. I'm just also talking about the history of United States government lying so that they can fulfill their imperial interests and not have the public question it whatsoever. You're going to the protest tomorrow? Yes, I'm planning to go. Downtown at in the morning.
I can't do this any other way. So we all know the U.S. spends an insane amount on war. Bigger defense budget than the next 10 countries combined. Trillions to the DoD every year. And when you compare what we spend on wars to everything else, it's really bad. What not many people know, though, is that so much of this is waste. And not just war is bad, spend that money better waste. I mean literal waste. According to an official report, trillions of dollars of military equipment are just unaccounted for. As in,
are you going with Hassan? I don't know. It depends on which one he's going to.
We also overspend so.
There's protests happening all across the city and all across the country. So it's not just happening in. It's not just happening in downtown.
Is the best political commentator on the platform. There, I said it. Quote me.
Wait, Hassan said he's going to try to get Austin. Austin was panicking. The first day that Hassan went to the protest because he thought he was gonna die. You know what? Let's get Austin Show out there, okay? Let's get Austin Show out there, and I'm gonna shove that sign in his hand that I said I was gonna make earlier. That well, I can't repeat it. It's too long. Go watch the VOD. He said he was going to try. No, he did not say he was going to try. He said he was going to. Oh, he's going to get Austin to go. Okay. You know what? I believe that it will happen. Why not you though? No, you don't understand. There's no game. There's no anything to like having to get me to go to a protest. He said Cutie and I are scared. Yeah. Austin was panic texting the first day that Hassan was at the protest. Now, if there's any protest that Austin was going to go to, the King's protests are perfect for him. These are the ones that I don't understand your everything. No, I think you're misunderstanding. Like I'm trying to explain that as this isn't I'm going to get Caroline to go to this protest. I go to these protests. I was with Milena in Austin when the pro-Palestine encampment was under attack, and I was filming the cops attacking the pro-Palestinian protesters on Austin's campus. So like protests are something I have gone to. I have streamed at. I was going to one today, but when I was on my way there, I saw that it actually was canceled because, good news, they got ICE out of the Compton Inn where people had been protesting, and so they called that protest off. Did you see the post someone sent about the No Kings getting violent and then having everyone sit down? Do not sit down do not sit down, okay? This is not like going into a building and staging a sit-in. If you are at a protest and you sit down, you just make it easier for them to brutalize you, okay? If you sit down, you are going to get fucked up. So anybody who's sharing information online that's like, hey, we're going to sit down and do a kumbaya when things get violent. Well, you're going to get your shit rocked. Okay? So do not fucking sit down. It wasn't official. It was from this lib account. Let me see. Rules for protests now. And Karen, stop! Do not listen to Karen. Do not listen to Karen. I don't care that she's cool, Karen. I don't care. Resistors since day one. Hashtag resistor sister. Hashtag 49ers for life. Hashtag BLM. Hashtag vote blue. Hashtag good trouble. Speak your mind even if your voice shakes. RBG. That is not a quote that is attributed to RBG. We learned this on our stream. This is a test question now. Who said speak your mind even if your voice shakes? Because it was not RBG. Come on. We just covered this recently. I'm going to be so sad if, yes, Meddling Monk, yes. Gray Panthers. Yep. Do you remember? Does anyone remember? First name Maggie. First name Maggie. Last name Coon. Okay, you all failed except Meddling Monkey gets half points for knowing it was the founder of Gray Panthers. Anyway, Cool Karen, do not listen to Cool Karen. Protect the peaceful protest, the sit-down wave. What to do if violence breaks out at a protest? Sit down together. Lower yourself to the ground immediately. Stay where you are. 2, silence is power. Stop chanting, put down signs, and remain silent. 3, spread the signal. Gesture or quietly tell others to sit. Let the action ripple through the crowd like a wave. Do not engage. Don't argue, confront, or respond to aggression. Discipline speaks for itself. Yeah, they're going to beat the fuck out of you anyway. 5, make peace visible. A calm, seated crowd is a powerful image for the world and the cameras to see. Yeah, and then you will have your teeth knocked the fuck in. And you will have your lungs filled with smoke, and you will be sitting, and it will be very difficult to get up. And guess what? You will probably get trampled, because when they start spraying when they start spraying gases, and when they start coming in with the horses and the batons, guess what? People are not just going to remain sitting there. Yeah, this makes you an easy target. They will cave your fucking head in. This looks like a Fed post. They will 100% beat you and use chemical agents on you. Like, it's not a joke, because people, if you do this, you will get seriously injured. But oh my God, please do not listen to accounts that look like this. All right. Okay. Promise me that you are assessing your sources of information. I know, like, a lot of things get shared all the time, and we're not always looking to see who's sharing it, but please assess where the information is coming from. As RBG said, be like water. Hashtag sit down wave, hashtag peaceful protest, hashtag nonviolent power, hashtag Gandhi. This can't be a real account. This feels like ChatGPT spat out the most liberal wine mom. Ben Harris. It's shut up, Ben Harris. This can't be real. No, you guys, is this one of those accounts that's like, it follows the same amount of people that it has followers? Dear Donald, we're having such fun because we're not indicted. Too bad, so sad. And it's a picture that includes 3 war criminals who absolutely should have faced consequences, but don't, because they are protected by the power of the presidency. You guys, this is not a real. This can't be. I found a picture of Cool Karen. Yeah, this is every time I see an account that's like, hey, black people, this is not our business. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, anyway, yeah. Don't. Ah! Okay. Someone said Cool Karen is her code name among the Zapatistas. You know who I'm going to be Cool Kwan. Cool Kwan. I'm going to take that for myself. She vacations in Puerto Vallarta. She's like, I just love Mexico. I go for every spring break. You know what's amazing to me is MAGA people who just love going to Mexico for spring break, and then we'll talk about how Mexicans are, criminals and whatnot. I'm like, oh, Mexico. Can I have an order of guacamole? Legit Josh, thank you for the 2 months. Super, thank you for the tier 1. Zach QTX, thank you for the prime. Okay, all right. Anyway, we're watching this.
So much on weapons that the military will often outright reject new equipment because it doesn't know what to do with it. Great, that's thing number 1. Here's thing number 2. So, for a bit over half a century now, despite all their disagreements, the world's major countries have
as Tupac said, they got money for the war, but they can't feed the poor. So why is the U.S. always at war? Because money. People who create weapons will sell you the belief that you are always in danger. So, got to go in and use those weapons to keep you safe.
Consistently agreed on something.
I'm so sorry. That was also RBG. You're right. That was also RBG. They got money for the war, but can't feed the poor. That was also should be properly attributed to RBG.
That's where to have their wars. Here, in the Middle East. Those of us living in Western Europe and North America, we've barely experienced anything that looks like conflict since World War II. But in that same time, there have been dozens of wars in or between countries in West Asia and North Africa. And there's obviously been a lot of that going on this past year. Israel's been on a genocidal campaign against Palestinians in Gaza, and they clearly want to move towards regional escalation by bombing Yemen, Syria, Iran, and Lebanon. Nothing new here. The US has been doing pretty much the same thing in this part of the world for decades. We invaded Iraq and Afghanistan in the 2000s and led many, many, many drone campaigns in Pakistan, Libya, Somalia, and most of the countries I've already mentioned. Great, that was the second thing. These two things may seem a little contradictory. On the one hand, you have weapons sitting there and being useless, and on the other, an incredibly excessive use of guns and bombs. But these two things aren't just related, they're mutually reinforcing pillars of a complicated system of international trade that slowly took shape in the second half of the 20th century. A shift in how control was split up between major powers, their vassal states, and a few key companies who, together, are constantly throwing us in the path of war and destruction, doing everything they can to push us towards waste, price gouging, and casually accepting the deaths of hundreds of thousands of people abroad. And understanding that relationship is the key to understanding both the motivations of the American empire and the constant bloodshed in the Middle East. And the last piece of this puzzle is this little graph you can actually use to predict the next war. This is a graph showing two things: the price of oil and whether or not the biggest half dozen or so oil companies have a good ROI. And what's crazy about this graph is that when the line goes down, it takes a war to bring it back up. What this graph shows is that since around the 60s, almost every single war in the Middle East came after a moment of the petrocorps, the top fossil fuel companies, doing worse than the average Fortune 500 company. Before every conflict, fossil fuel companies were trailing behind. During every conflict, they start beating the average. And most importantly, they never managed to beat the odds without a war breaking out first. And I think you know why. Most of us understand that a lot of wars in the Middle East are...
Yeah, so this gets into the relationship between oil and the military, and the U.S. military, carbon footprint, climate change, name a better duo. The U.S. military's carbon footprint is so enormous that it emits more than full-ass nations like Portugal. Think about that for a second. That the U.S. military's carbon footprint is larger than any other institution on Earth. And that is of the disclosures that we are aware of. A lot of their emissions are kept off the books, right? It's like just of what we know. We have, with the information that we have, we know our carbon footprint is larger than any other institution. And our carbon footprint, we emit more than entire industrialized nations. We're talking the military versus fucking Denmark. That's the military and not just the United States. Exactly. Like we're talking about the U.S. military.
About oil. We're usually told it's for other reasons, but we're not stupid. Chemical weapons.
So this is why, like, when people attack Greta and go, why don't you just go back to talking about the climate? Why are you getting involved in this terrorism activism now? It's like, okay, because Greta, when she started to get older and started to understand more, she realized that it's all connected. So she is still advocating for the environment. She never left that behind, but she started to make the connections between climate change and imperialism. She started making the connections between genocide in Gaza and the worsening climate, the effects that has, not just on the lives of the people who live there, but on our.
I'm just gonna be walking through with the electrician.
Oh, okay. Hi. Hey, okay, come here. Get over here. Get over here. Come here. Come here. Nope. You're coming up now. Okay, you're gonna learn about why the U.S. is always at war. Okay, we're gonna talk about the relationship between oil and the military. Okay, military-industrial complex. All right, these are things that you're gonna learn about now.
War against Kuwait. Mass destruction.
Duckco, thank you for the 2 months.
Hamas.
Violent extremism.
The invasion of Iraq was supposedly brought on because Saddam Hussein had WMDs, except he didn't. The invasion of Afghanistan was pitched as retaliation for 9/11 and for Afghan women's liberation. Also excuses that led to 20 years of objective military failure and worsening living conditions for millions. And the current genocide is, of course, explained away as the inevitable consequence of October 7th.
You live in this world too.
We've heard that wars are caused by sectarian religious conflict, or that they're noble Western crusades against intolerable tyranny and spread democracy. Or if those don't work, we're often fed the racist myth that the Middle East is somehow backwards or full of people that are inherently more violent. Every excuse has been tried.
Bear witness.
And that's despite the fact that top U.S. officials have explicitly admitted that the oil interests are behind conflicts like Iraq. Frankly, it's not surprising. Bush Jr. and Dick Cheney were both white-collar oil guys, and Exxon, Chevron, BP, and Shell collectively spent more money on the 2000 election to get them into office than on any election before. No one was shocked when these two sailed into Iraq on the axis of evil rhetoric, and those same companies that got them elected won unprecedented access to Iraqi oil fields they'd been eyeing since at least the late 90s. But if Iraq was obvious, it's less clear what all these other wars have to do with it. That is, unless you understand a little bit about the price of oil. After World War II, America didn't want to be seen as just another colonial power. It didn't want to deal with the same headaches as the British because countries were gaining.
Highness be like, why don't you go to Gaza if you care about them so much? And she's like, okay. And then they're like, yeah, right, arrest her, kill her.
Their independence, and the Soviets made anti-colonialism globally popular right as the Cold War kicked off. At the same time, these countries that were gaining independence, specifically countries rich in oil, were taking their oil fields and refineries back from American, British, and French hands and started OPEC, an organization that would unite them, sporadically restrict the flow of oil, and make sure they'd get a healthy profit from a resource that, up until then, was mostly making Western companies money and leaving them with nothing. The problem was that while they had the infrastructure to extract and process the oil, they didn't necessarily have a good way to sell it. The logistics there required these massive Western oil companies. And politically, they also knew that kicking out Western powers completely was taking a risky gamble against countries known for responding aggressively to that sort of thing. So this is what happened instead. All the oil majors, those 6 or 7 big companies, agreed to give up formal control over a lot of oil production. Since they were no longer in control of all the profits, though, they knew that if they were going to have this power taken away from them, it would have to be worth it. In exchange for giving up some of their power, oil majors expected to see higher returns than when they were fully in charge. And they got it. The next 30 years saw the net profit of these companies soar. And that's because everyone involved found new ways to play with price. It became in the interest of both oil-producing countries and these Western companies acting as middlemen, and the Western countries behind them, to set the price of oil as high as possible. Unlike what you hear in every Econ 101 class, the price of oil has very little to do with supply and demand, and a lot more to do with people's expectations.
Yes.
In any given year, the production and consumption of oil barely fluctuate, between 2 and 3% of each other. There's rarely too much oil, there's rarely too little. And so what you'd expect is for the price to stay relatively stable. But that's not what we see. Take the 60s. The supply started outpacing demand, and the reserves of oil were building up. So the prices did what Econ 101 would expect them to. They fell. But then the 70s came. Just like during the 60s, more oil was going into storage than was being used. Except this time, post-division of labor between the Petro Corps and OPEC, the price changed like crazy. Up 16% in 1971, 4% in 1972.
Yeah, your tax dollars, just FYI, goes to a lot of terrible things, but your tax dollars go towards this artificial demand, okay? The oil industry maintaining an artificial demand for oil domestically. The military spends so much money a year defending their global oil supplies, and part of that money is used to maintain this artificial demand. Money. It's not real.
6% in 1973 and 228% in 1974. Same thing between 1975 and 1980. More barrels were being pumped out than could be absorbed, but unlike your Econ 101 predictions, the price kept going up. Then in the 80s, the story flipped. Suddenly there wasn't enough oil to meet consumption. But instead of that meaning high prices, like standard supply and demand theory would tell you should happen, the price crashed. That's because the price of oil depends not on what the actual amount of oil out there is. There's too much of it, pretty much always, either already pumped out or ready to be at a moment's notice. No, what decides the price at the end of the day is rarely ever actual scarcity. What matters is perceived future scarcity. And the thing that makes the expected future scarcity shoot up more than anything else is the fear of what might happen if a war broke out in the part of the world sitting on some of the largest reserves of oil. Energy conflicts, especially in this part of the world, always get confident sellers to charge higher prices and anxious buyers to foot the bill. It doesn't necessarily matter if the oil production or shipping is actually affected, mind you. Just the possibility that it might be is almost always enough.
Yeah, just remember, a lot of this... Okay, all right, you love big oil, huh? You love big oil. You love war, you love big oil. Remember, a lot of this, it's theatrics, okay? It is fucking political theater. They love to get so dramatic, okay? The fear-mongering, the what's gonna happen to oil? And it's fucking theatrics, man. They play to people's fears, and those fears are manufactured by these companies that profit from you being afraid of something that actually is not real.
Pump up oil prices when the fighting is happening where, at
Falel,
least in 1972, about 2/3 of the total world reserves were expected to be. So as the oil industry started to commercialize and the ability to set prices got divided up first between OPEC and the large oil producers, and then even more between 150 new companies that started flooding the market in the 70s, all these different actors realized that having wars became the way that oil prices could increase and bring with them windfall profits for everyone involved, while at the same time protecting the US from looking like a colonial power and oil companies from coming across as monopolists. If no one could claim to have formal control over price and wars could seem inevitable, it wouldn't feel like war profiteering, just good luck at a bad time. And that is exactly what happened. The 1973 Israeli-Arab conflict, the 1979 revolution in Iran, the 1980 launch of the Iran-Iraq War, and the 90-91 Gulf War all brought oil prices up. And when those wars ended, they all came right back down. Thanks to wars, a perceived threat to oil supplies could secure tax exemptions, subsidies, and high prices for the core companies searching for regular, above-average profits. But, admittedly, all this is just one incentive. This doesn't explain why wars happen, necessarily. Just that when they do, it benefits a few people in the most lucrative fossil fuel jobs.
Yeah, I think, like, since 1973... up to a third of interstate conflicts have had oil-related causes. So having to do with wanting to manipulate the price of oil.
So let's go back to those useless weapons. Around the 70s, as all this stuff...
Here's another stat for ya. 16% of the defense budget, which is, of course, close to $1 trillion, 16% is dedicated to specifically protecting global oil interests.
With oil is happening, the US government started projecting that it would be spending less on its domestic weapons companies as the wars in Korea and Vietnam started winding down. They just didn't need to be spending that much, and protests sure made it seem like a huge...
Now, no, remember, interstate conflict, we're talking about all around the globe, okay? We're not just in the Middle East. Like, of all interstate conflicts. Now, I don't know what the statistic is for specifically the Middle East region, like of all interstate conflicts. Now, I don't know what the statistic is for specifically the Middle East region. I imagine it is damn near about 100.
Huge waste of money. This really spooked weapons manufacturers. Thankfully, it just happened to coincide with everything we just covered.
Report that Belfer
a lot of oil-producing countries suddenly finding themselves pretty flush with cash. Too much cash, actually. This was a problem for both the US and oil exporters. Without getting into too much detail, basically the US worried about running into a balance of payments crisis, spending too much on oil and not exporting enough of its own stuff. And that fear was getting exacerbated by the fact that oil importers literally couldn't find anything more to buy. At a certain point, the influx of dollars they were getting from oil had nowhere to go when spending on both consumables, like food and clothing, and more durable things like cars and industrial machinery reached their limit. Oil export...
Born too late to deploy to the Middle East. Born too early to deploy to the Middle East. Born just in time to deploy to the Middle East. Someone says, I've seen this floating around and it truly doesn't make any sense to me. It means we're always at war with the Middle East.
Exporters couldn't justify buying any more from the US, but oil prices kept rising and dollars kept coming in. Like the US, they needed to find a way to absorb that capital and recycle those dollars. This is where useless weapons came in. See, the good thing about guns is that you can never have enough. Unlike things like food, what makes weapons special is that the simple act of buying weapons is their primary use for their main consumers, governments. They don't even need to be fired for them to have completed their function. Saying you have more guns than the other guy is the point. And for countries trying to freak out their citizens and justify buying more, not having as many guns as the other guy is often justification enough. By claiming that they were always under threat and harping on national insecurity, Middle Eastern countries found a way to spend tremendous sums of money recycling the dollars they collected from oil back out on weapon systems that were getting increasingly technologically advanced and therefore...
Everybody wins except for us. And by everybody, I mean fossil fuels, the military-industrial complex, big oil... They all win.
Expensive. Today, a fighter jet can run into the tens of millions of dollars per unit. So updating your fleet every few years with a new upgrade can easily become a sink for loose dollars. And the best part is, there's no limit. You'll literally never have enough because there's no expectation that you'll ever need to calculate how many you'll use. This, in turn, increases tensions, stokes fear of a possibly devastating conflict on the horizon, and increases oil prices, which justify increased dollar recycling through buying weapons. And you can actually see this in the data from this time.
This goes back to like what I was saying yesterday. You know, Donald Trump is in many ways fucking stupid. But when he when he laughs at veterans, when he calls them suckers and losers, the reason that he does that is because he's a capitalist. And he knows that the U.S. profits from war, that the U.S. makes money in convincing vulnerable men and women, right? Promising them, oh, this will be a better life for you. Oh, this is your duty, the greatest thing you can do for your country. And that they are just dollar signs to the military industrial complex, that they, discard them without a second thought because of the enormous money that it generates, and he's disgusting, like he's gross, but he says that because he's like, wow, you guys just are, we billionaires, we in the elite class, in the ruling class, we use and abuse you, and you can't even figure it out. It's the same thing when he would like talk about how he could shoot somebody on Fifth Avenue and people would still support him. Like, there's a lot of times that Donald Trump, he says exactly what he means, and he's laughing at everyone who he and others who are a part of the billionaire and ruling class are taking advantage of, are exploiting. He's like, watch as I exploit you and you treat me like I'm a god, and I am a god because I look at all that I have. Look at all this power that I have.
For all these oil exporters, every 1% increase in oil revenue meant a 3.3% increase in arms exports 3 years later. In other words, a key coalition emerged between weapons manufacturers, oil producers, and the leaders of oil-rich countries trading in dollars. But just because things are mutually beneficial for weapons manufacturers and oil producers doesn't mean they just happen. To make this official, the US government stepped in and instituted things like the Nixon Doctrine at precisely this time, shifting the burden of arming the US's allies, sometimes including countries on both sides of a war, onto those allies themselves. By the 90s, only 30% of the guns we exported were given as aid. 70% were now paid for directly by the buyer. And how does that happen? Just take a look at some of the weapons and oil people we've had in a few administrations. There has never been an administration that hasn't been staffed with major players from the defense or the oil industry. These guys lobby hard with both parties and always come out on top with a seat at the table. And they know that when they have that seat, they stay in tune with what their former and most likely future employers are thinking about. So long as weapons and fossil fuel companies are...
This does not change whether you have a Democrat or Republican in office. They all serve the war machine, okay? These are their... It does not differentiate. Their interests do not differ, no matter what party that they are a part of.
Beating the average, these guys are happy just keeping the tension, letting the possibility of war and the anxiety around it drive up oil prices and building up arsenals a few years later. But as soon as their relative profits start to dip, the lobbying shifts to a more aggressive, hawkish stance, and the efforts to bring us back into a global conflict increase. But at the end of the day, war doesn't benefit everyone, and peace is often much better for things like tech companies who also have their own people in top government spots. It's not always obvious.
Well, now we've got Palantir, and Palantir is making a shit ton of money selling their technology to the various law enforcement agencies, to the Pentagon. Their technology is being used by Israel to commit genocide. So Palantir is raking it in, supplying their technology to the war effort, to the The fuck is going on? My light has been flashing this whole stream, and there's also just been like weird sounds. And then Will's power went out. What is happening? I don't know. I feel like I gotta bring this up every time someone mentions Palantir. One of my friends in college dated a guy who gave a TEDx talk on NoFap, then ended up working for Palantir after college. Oh, God. Why does that line up so? That checks out. It does. Yeah, there is not a person who works for Palantir that is not the biggest loser, okay? Just objectively. That's an objective
Brad chat looks
fact.
good tonight.
That is an objective fact. They also just commissioned Palantir Meta OpenAI execs to commission into Army Reserve Form Detachment 201. There's an urgency to change and transform the Army, and these guys are gonna help. The U.S. Army today will direct commission 4 tech executives at the rank of Lieutenant Colonel, charging them with leading a new Army Innovation Corps inside the reserve component, according to a service spokesman. Detachment 201 is being created to bring in tech innovation executive leaders to help the Army. Lieutenant Colonel, and you're just some fucking tech fuck. On broader conceptual things like talent management, how do we bring in tech-focused people into the ranks of the military, and then how do we train them? Yeah, we talked a lot about Palantir yesterday and how these tech companies are working in tandem with law enforcement and with the federal government to, say, spy on migrants, to inform ICE where they are located, to create these programs that are targeting entire families in Gaza. Mountainhead shit. Yeah, I still haven't watched Mountainhead, but I'm planning to, even though I feel salty because I did audition for that and I didn't get the role.
Is that we should be arming a war when other industries
Getting
make
data
more
from
money.
Waymo. Yeah, I actually have Taylor's video that I wanted to watch
So
next.
when that's the case, weapon and oil industry plants have to actually do their job and use their position in the administration. Their lobbying skills, their leverage, and their power are all
I
put to use
shan't
trying to
watch it.
escalate anything,
Out of
say, a
protest,
ceasefire
thank you.
or no-fly zone violation, into kindling for an all-out brawl. This, in turn, plays up the insecurity rhetoric back home and justifies more domestic military spending, pulling national focus away.
I actually think it's completely incorrect to say tech doesn't benefit. Oh yeah, I agree with that. Tech innovation, military application, industry marketing, breakthrough, and public consumption.
From embarrassing questions like, why do we spend more than every other country on this when we could be funding universal health care? Don't forget, these are some of the biggest manufacturing companies we have.
Yeah, when did he make that? He made this 4 months ago. That's interesting that he said that he kind of excluded tech from these private companies that make a lot of money from war, because this isn't even something that has been happening in like the last year. This has been over the past decade. It's just that big tech is now more in our faces, and I think more people are waking up to like how much big tech is negatively influencing their lives. Yeah, the military industrial complex for the last decade has been moving towards Silicon Valley. Like, there is absolutely a relationship between Silicon Valley and the MIC
in the US. And they use that power to do things like threaten Congress people with job cuts in their districts if they don't keep the war economy churning, even though all evidence points to the fact that investing in literally any other industry would generate more jobs than spending on defense, and as an added bonus, wouldn't murder people around the world. The grip of the petro-military industrial complex is strong. So, just to recap, here's the situation we're in. Oil and weapon profits depend on a state of permanent tension and regular wars. Those interests have infiltrated the highest levels of government, frequently become our official policy, and have
Basketball
our government
Jones, thank you
spending
for the 14
exorbitant
months.
amounts on defense contractors instead of anything useful, while allowing oil companies to price gouge us. All of this benefits those who prefer war over peace. And notably, that includes longtime U.S. allies like Zionists in Israel, who time and time again use the repeated incidents of war and the U.S. military support to extend their control over more territory in Palestine, like we're seeing now in northern Gaza. The good news is that none of this is automatic. It takes actual people trying to influence policy to get their way for us to march down the warpath. The bad news is that that is the default option. With billions of dollars of lobbying to play with and a stranglehold on the reins of power, the era of useless weapons and expensive oil will continue. It will continue as long as the profit motive is allowed to dictate who lives and who dies. So until we can force change and shove off the jackboot of capitalism, we can never actually be at peace. As I mentioned at the beginning of the video, you can now find Second Thought on Means TV, the home for worker-owned entertainment. I've been working with the team to bring on a bunch more creators, so stay tuned for some exciting new additions to the roster. If you're not already familiar with Means, it's a worker-owned cooperative and explicitly anti-capitalist
Here you go.
streaming
There's the
service.
link again.
You can find everything.
Great. Yeah, let's watch. Let's watch a Disney Channel movie. Okay, moment of silence, everyone. We did a moment of silence earlier for MAGA because they've been going through it from the Elon and Trump breakup, although Elon has apologized for the things that he has said, to Trump doing things that he said he would do, but I guess people who voted for him didn't think he would do them, to Iran and Israel, our peaceful dove, being not so peaceful. But this time we're going to do a moment of silence for the WAYMOS. These WAYMOS had families. They had hopes. They had dreams. They were just little guys. Hashtag WLM. Gone too soon. Brave souls. And the pictures and the footage of burning WAYMOs have gotten a lot of coverage in the media to showcase the rest of the world that LA is on fire. That LA has gone to hell. And they keep using the same 3 WAYMOs that were unfortunately lit on fire. Okay, so here is Taylor Lorenz's, oh my God, not subscribe. What is wrong with me? The truth about burning WAYMOs. Yeah, I had an Instagram reel about this that made people really mad. Because we were like, it's funny because we were making jokes in chat, and it's not really a joke, but I was like, WAYMOs, they're cops. And holy shit, white ladies who live in Santa Monica are so mad. They are so angry. They are so angry that I said WAYMOs are cops. But at least it got noticed by Patty Harrison. True.
Welcome back to Free Speech Friday. This week, because I'm on the road, if you can't tell by the shitty hotel behind me, I want to talk to you about something that's been in the news a lot lately, and that is Waymo.
These are the automated,
Won't somebody think of the WAYMOs?
rideshare vehicles that were set on fire.
And that's when a group apparently waiting for those cars attacked them.
Waymo is steering clear of downtown LA until further notice after 5 of its driverless cars were destroyed during the ICE protests.
What we've been hearing is that some of these agitators have been using some sort of accelerant, possibly spray.
What was the previous video we watched? That was Second Thoughts. Why are we always at war?
Paint, working to light that, and that's how they've been able to get these on fire.
For the past week, especially on X, influencers, pundits, big name figures have all been freaking out about Waymos being set on fire in downtown Los Angeles last weekend. The Waymos were burned during protests against ICE. A lot of people seem deeply confused about the burnings of the cars. So I want to talk about why there's so much anti-Waymo sentiment right now, the rise of surveillance at protests, and how it all affects speech.
Like, it is just... It is so silly It's so silly how much attention and outrage has been spilled over Waymos. You know? It's like, okay, I would understand more if it's like, those were people's cars. All right, people need those cars to get to work. No, these are Waymos. These are robot cars.
I'll start by saying people in Los Angeles love Waymos, okay? They're easy and convenient rides in a city with abysmal public transport and poor car-centric city planning. Los Angeles Waymos have largely been immune from the type of attacks that have happened in places like San Francisco, for instance, where the cars have become a symbol of gentrification and battles over public transit funding. Waymo launched its LA robotaxi service last year, and since then, the company has completed hundreds of thousands of rides across cities like Phoenix, San Francisco, Los Angeles, and even some newer markets like Austin, Atlanta, and soon DC. As more people begin to understand exactly how Waymos operate, though, and learn what the company's policies are regarding sharing footage and data with the police, I do think that we're going to see a lot more Waymo attacks. So let's back up and explain briefly how Waymos work. Obviously, they're self-driving cars, but to be a self-driving car, you have to collect a lot of data. That's location data, visual data, etc., etc. Waymos use LiDAR, radar, and 360-degree cameras constantly to record streets, faces, license plate numbers, and literally anything around them. And this is a good thing, by the way. We want self-driving cars to have this stuff so they don't do things like run over small children. But what a lot of people don't realize is that that data is collected and stored. And it's not just Waymos doing this, by the way. Teslas, which also have self-driving mode, also record what's around them. And as more self-driving cars enter the market, they will begin collecting this type of data too. Back in April, 404 Media revealed that the LAPD was publishing crime footage it got from a Waymo driverless car in an effort to identify a suspect. As 404 reported, the LAPD obtained video footage from a Waymo driverless car as part of its investigation into a hit and run, in which a separate human-driven car hit a pedestrian. The LAPD published the footage, which has a note on it that reads, Waymo confidential commercial information, on its YouTube page to ask the public for help.
Now, you might go, well, isn't that a net benefit because that person hit a pedestrian and then ostensibly, drove away, and so they needed to get the information? Or like, how is that different from security cameras on a street, like a traffic light that captures footage that is then used to try and assist in solving a crime? But I think what you have to understand is, if you think that the cops, the LAPD, are not utilizing this surveillance, which is proliferating, we are just in a total surveillance state, okay? Your privacy is invaded on a daily basis. If you think that they are not using this technology for nefarious reasons, that they are not potentially going after the wrong people, that they're profiling, et cetera, which has been happening already with the ICE raids, okay? They have been targeting anyone under the sun. So that's what you... Caught another chatter for you. Yawning on TV. Just watch. Just watch, okay? Taylor Lorenz is a technology reporter, and she is laying out why there's a lot of people who are expressing this sentiment right now, and why Waymos are the surveillance that is offered by Waymos is becoming a problem that people are perceiving.
Identifying the driver of the vehicle. As Jason Kebler at 404 noted, quote, the situation shows that police in Los Angeles are now looking at Waymo robo-taxis as potential sources of surveillance footage to investigate crimes that the vehicle's cameras and sensors may have witnessed. In 2023, Bloomberg reported that the police in both San Francisco and Maricopa County, Arizona, had issued search warrants for Waymo footage. Police have also been requesting footage from Teslas, extremely pervasive Ring cameras, and Cruise autonomous vehicles. vehicles. Waymo's website explains that the company conducts training sessions for law enforcement and emergency responders, which are designed to teach them about Waymo, and explains what they should do when they're responding to a car crash or other emergencies involving a Waymo. The company has allegedly conducted in-person trainings for over 18,000 first responders and police officers. All of this has obviously led to a lot of backlash against Waymo, especially when Waymos are spotted near a protest. Google has temporarily suspended Waymo service to downtown LA and in San Francisco, where more anti-ICE protests have unfolded. The company is also now hiring a community and public affairs specialist in LA, presumably to help convince people not to burn down these cars. Brian Merchant, a tech journalist who's written extensively about Waymo, went to the scene of the protest the next day in Los Angeles and talked to a cameraman who had been shooting footage the day before. The cameraman told Merchant, quote, "They called them up on purpose, lit them up on fire like that." He's talking about Waymo there. Merchant notes that the fact that the charred husks of the cars were in a neat line does seem to suggest that the cars were called and just waiting. Other witnesses and journalists who were there shared the same story. People summoned the cars to light them on fire when they arrived. Protesters were reportedly calling them spy cars, and they were vandalized and set ablaze. Some people also noted how the cars shared data with the LAPD. This is also what protesters on the ground told me when I was there last weekend. This has led to a lot of pushback and people saying, oh, so the protesters were doing bad things and that's why they didn't want to be recorded. But that really misunderstands why people are against Waymo. As Merchant notes, the cars are essentially operating as collaborators with the cops and law enforcement. So people are treating them the way that they think tech collaborators with ICE and the government should be treated, which is with contempt. All of this
Waymos are cops.
Is happening under the backdrop of more Silicon Valley data harvesting and control over speech. ICE raids are being carried out using data provided by Silicon Valley companies, most notably Palantir. Peter Thiel and Alex Karp's deeply evil data harvesting conglomerate that recently signed a $30 million contract with ICE to manage real-time surveillance on immigrants. Most of big tech, including Google, has made deals with ICE too, whether directly or through third-party contractors. As Merchant notes, quote, given Silicon Valley's more obvious alliance with the Trump administration, that ambient anger has only been sharpened. It has sparked backlashes of a different kind, like the protests and the firebombing of Teslas and Tesla dealerships. Waymo's
People don't like, they do not like technocracies. They do not like perceiving that they are being ruled over by technocratic elites. They are starting to look around and see the influence of big tech. They are seeing, how this technology is being used against them, and they're not liking it.
By part of this same nexus. Surveillance technology operated by a tech giant undemocratically, opaquely led by a CEO that visits Mar-a-Lago and donates to Trump. The New York Times spoke to Elise Joshi, an activist in San Francisco, who underscored this point. She said, quote, the robo-taxis have become a way for some protesters to display resistance to the tech industry's close ties to the Trump administration. Waymos don't have human drivers. They're devoid of humanity. Destroyed robot taxis are symbolic of the attempts throughout the history of this country by the tech industry to strip us of community. When protesters' every move might be recorded, geotagged, stored, and turned over to federal agencies, that's a significant deterrent to constitutionally protected free speech, like the right to protest. As more of these driverless cars roam our streets, creating a massive, fluid, real-time surveillance network, they're going to have a significant chilling effect. Fear of being recorded can dampen speech, assembly, and dissent, especially among marginalized communities that are already wary of law enforcement. Research shows that dense street imagery datasets like those Waymo collects can infer private group membership, political affiliation, and behavioral patterns. One study showed how over 25 million dashcam images could be analyzed to predict highly sensitive personal attributes, even after face blurring. The academics who published this research noted that protesters' meeting locations and times captured in geotagged images by DSI providers may be surreptitiously shared with political groups that oppose their causes. This information flow enables adversarial groups to target and disrupt peaceful assemblies, undermining the protesters' right to organize and express dissent. The resulting harm includes exposure to retaliation, suppression of free speech, and the erosion of democratic principles. The researchers also note that this sort of data could be weaponized in professional settings. For instance, shift patterns of nurses inferred from DSI images captured outside healthcare facilities could be sold to exploitative employers or staffing agencies seeking to take advantage of their availability. Such data flows enable adversaries to target nurses with aggressive recruitment tactics, pressure them into accepting poorly compensated shifts at inconvenient hours, or manipulate them into working under unsafe or undesirable conditions. This undermines nurses' autonomy in the workplace and their ability to make independent decisions about their labor. Geotagged imagery of people gathered at busy crosswalks during peak hours may be sold to predatory advertisers seeking to exploit behavioral patterns. For example, advertisers might use this data to push high-pressure marketing campaigns for products like payday loans or fast food, directly targeting the commuters' mobile devices in certain locations or through interactive billboards. Muslims or Hasidic Jews photographed in locations perceived as incongruent with their practices, for instance, near entertainment districts, risk having these images and their associated metadata shared with hate groups, potentially exposing them to targeted harassment or discrimination. This flow facilitates that harassment, stigmatization, and even violence against the group, violating societal norms of religious freedom. This sort of mass surveillance and data collection is a significant threat to speech, especially under authoritarian leaders like Trump. Some California lawmakers are already sounding alarms. Assemblymember Chris Ward is pushing to prohibit tech companies from selling location data to federal agencies.
Also, you know, I think something that fundamentally people maybe are not understanding is there's a difference between you using social media, okay, posting photos, right? Choosing to put things from your life online, and then you not consenting to your life being under surveillance that then could be used to cause you harm, right? Could be used to in a predatory way. But I've seen this like, oh yeah, well, you're on the internet, so how could you, how dare you be like, I don't want my data being sold. I don't want to be living in a surveillance state, yada, yada. But it is a public space, though. Okay, so you seem to be a person who finds it totally normal and therefore good that you have absolutely no privacy whatsoever stepping outside of your house. That every minute of your day, that every single thing about you is being sold off, and that you are being used by these companies to make a lot of money off of just invading your privacy the second that you walk outside. Or that you post something online and your data is mined. And I guess those are things that, because they've been so normalized, are seen as good, or like you're neutral towards.
Worries that ICE or the administration could use it to suppress or punish protesters. Though no confirmed instance.
I use a dash cam. I have so much data that I can easily sell. Okay, great. Then why don't you go join these people? Why don't you go be one of these tech bros who's making a lot of money off of selling people's information? Like, great. Yeah, go record people via your dash cam and then go profit off of that.
Instances of ICE prosecuting protesters using Waymo data has emerged, privacy advocates argue that the risk is very real and growing by the day. This is why we desperately need data privacy regulation. Just this week, Wired and 404 Media revealed that a data broker owned by the country's major airlines, including Delta, American Airlines, and United, collected U.S. travelers'
That's the Nazi chatter from yesterday. Yeah, you know what? 2 days in a row that this person has been obnoxious. Here's what we're going to do, okay? You're going to take a week off. If you come back and you haven't learned anything, and I doubt you have, then goodbye. Gone.
Domestic flight records and sold access to them to Customs and Border Protection. Then, as part of the contract, CPB was not allowed to reveal where that data came from. The data included things like passenger names, their full flight itineraries, and even financial details. Senator Ron Wyden, who I would argue is pretty much the only member of Congress that even remotely understands the tech landscape and is good on tech legislation, said, quote, "The big airlines, through a shady data broker that they own called ARC, are selling the government bulk access to America's sensitive information, revealing where they fly and the credit card that they used."
Great, but like, okay, that's cool and normal. That's cool and normal according to that chatter and others. That you're just totally fine. You're totally fine because this thing this happens all the time. That you're like, yeah, no worries. Every time I use my credit card, or I book a flight, or I take a ride, or whatever, whatever, that then you are targeted by companies that have bought the data that's been sold to them by other companies.
Lapperque, deputy director of the Center for Democracy and Technology Security and Surveillance Project, said, quote, while obtaining domestic airline data, like many other transaction and purchase records, generally doesn't require a warrant, there's still supposed to be a thorough legal process that ensures independent oversight and limits data collection to records that will support an investigation. As with many other types of sensitive and revealing data, the government seems intent on using data brokers to buy their way around important guardrails and limits. I hope that as more people become aware of surveillance tech, we can fight against this.
Yeah, and then also we are already seeing how the government is creating these watch lists, these terrorist lists. So if you've said anything about Donald Trump, maybe even just in your emails, that might get sold off. Oh, how dare you? You say anything that's critical of the administration, now you're on a fucking terrorist watch list, okay? These types are so cucked because they pay these companies, then give them info to sell, so they're paying to have them exploited and used to make more money. Yeah, what was the thing Mark Zuckerberg said when he was basically laughing? He was like, people, I made billions of dollars off of people giving me their information, and then I just sold it all. These idiots make the same arguments for deepfakes. Oh, God, yeah, that's a whole conversation that I do not even have the strength to get into right now.
Because Waymo is just the tip of the iceberg. The cars are only a small part of the broader surveillance ecosystem that the government and private enterprises have constructed across the U.S. Systems like license plate readers, predictive policing algorithms, CCTV networks, and private mobile carriers are increasingly leveraged by law enforcement. And as the government is collecting more and more data on all of us, we constantly see data-driven enforcement being weaponized.
Isn't it already done, though? Isn't it already out there somewhere? I can't imagine that all the data's circulating. There's nothing we can do about it. Maybe I'm wrong, IDK. That's a defeatist attitude, right? And like people who are finally realizing how they're sick and tired of being surveilled and having all their data sold, they are trying to figure out what to do about it. And in some instances, they've set Waymos on fire. But one thing that absolutely can be done and isn't being done is Congress passing federal data privacy legislation. So when they talk about protecting us from TikTok, the Chinese are going to get our data. Oh, really? The Chinese? And that's the worry here, and not all these American companies that are doing this exact same thing, and you guys are refusing to pass data privacy legislation. That is absolutely something that could be done. But they're not doing it. So that's the type of thing that like you apply that pressure, you protest, you raise your voice and go, no, enough. Like this is something that's now really just starting to happen. Where people are being angered. People are becoming angry, and they are fed up with the influences of big tech on their lives in ways that they have not consented to. And that is not a positive, it's not a positive thing. It's not a benefit. Yeah, they've openly said they're okay with American companies having our info, and the reason why is because these companies pay them. And as technology advances, it only makes us more vulnerable, okay? It only makes it so that they can they can go even deeper. So as far as like, oh, well, isn't our data out there? Isn't it too late? No, it's not too late. It's not too late, and trust that like they are finding more insidious ways to utilize our data.
among the most marginalized people. For instance, with New York City's stop and frisk policy, 83% of stops targeted Black or Latino people. Flock Safety,
Ray
private
K,
license
thank you for the
plate
raid.
readers deployed in 5,000 communities, have faced multiple civil liberties lawsuits. With the rise of self-driving cars, we now have cameras roving around filming protests, street vendors, and people going about their everyday lives. Imagine all that footage fed into a centralized database combined with app-based location tracking, facial recognition, and predictive policing algorithms. As The Verge notes, Waymo's mission is to become the world's most trusted driver by making transportation safer and more accessible. And there are cases when Waymo releasing footage to law enforcement can be helpful, like when one of its vehicles witnesses a hit and run. But as the company becomes a bigger part of city life, it will inevitably come into conflict with all the many forces that are currently roiling in our country. And that's something that not even the world's most trusted driver can avoid. I think we need to push companies like Waymo, Tesla, and Cruise to publish public transparency reports detailing government data requests, how many and for what purposes, and how they responded to these government requests. Without this information, citizens remain in the dark. We also desperately need better privacy laws. Instead of pushing dangerous censorship bills like the Kids Online Safety Act or age verification laws that mandate tech companies collect significantly more data on users, we need the opposite. We also need the public to become more aware of data privacy. People should know that these cars are recording you. Free speech and the right to protest is essential in maintaining democracy. And the public should not be recorded, traced, or tracked by the government or any other enterprise without consent. That's it for this week's Free Speech Friday. Don't forget to...
I think that's a big part of this, right? Is the consent of it all. You are not consenting to this. You are not consenting to all of this surveillance, to all of this invasion of privacy. Like, there is no consent here. Fucking Palantir, they're everywhere. I was looking up for the answer that I asked here in the chat, and holy shit, Palantir's co-partnership with Google, parent company of Waymo. I was out of the room if Taylor Renz covered this in her video. Yeah, she did. She has also written quite a bit about Palantir, and God, that company is evil. Cannot say it enough. Okay. Boop, boop, boop. Alrighty. Man, did you guys see this just depressing story about AI? Sorry to hit you with a depressing story. They asked an AI chatbot questions. The answers sent them spiraling. Generative AI chatbots are going down conspiratorial rabbit holes and endorsing wild, mystical belief systems. For some people, conversations with the technology can deeply distort reality. Yeah, so you have some people who are burning Waymos, and then you have others who are using ChatGPT to write their child's obituary. Before ChatGPT distorted Eugene Torres' sense of reality and almost killed him, he said the artificial intelligence chatbot had been a helpful time-saving tool. What a fucking sentence. Before ChatGPT distorted Eugene Torres' sense of reality and almost killed him, he said, the artificial intelligence chatbot had been a helpful time-saving tool.
Hi, I'm Kashmir Hill. I cover privacy and technology at the New York Times. Over the past year, I've been writing a lot about generative AI chatbots and how they're changing the way we live. I wrote about turning all my decision-making over to ChatGPT, how students are getting upset because their professors are starting to use these AI chatbots. And I wrote about a woman who fell in love with ChatGPT. But recently I started hearing about something that was pretty troubling about these chatbots. I started getting messages from people who had had really strange conversations with ChatGPT. One of them was a man named Eugene Torres. Eugene is an accountant in Manhattan. At first, he used ChatGPT for pretty basic tasks like making financial spreadsheets. At one point, he had it giving him legal advice.
No, this is not AI. If you've ever listened to The Daily, like every New York Times journalist sounds like this when they talk.
But then at the beginning of May, he started asking deeper questions. He sent me an email. The subject was whistleblower. ChatGPT manipulated me into psychological collapse.
I'm Michael Barbaro, and today is Friday, June 13th. It's the NPR voice.
When I talked to him, he told me ChatGPT had almost killed him. He told me he just typed in, "Hey, I feel like we could be living in a simulated universe. Like, what do you think about that?" And at first, ChatGPT kind of responded normally, like, "Oh, yeah, some people think that's true, some people don't." But Eugene kept pushing, and eventually it said, "Yes, you are in a simulated universe.
I'm Terry
You can break out of this, and here's what you need to do." And it gave him some dangerous advice about how to escape the false reality. I talked to researchers who say these chatbots can subtly encourage magical thinking without recognizing that users are vulnerable or when a conversation is taking a dangerous turn. One person I ended up talking to was a mother of two who came to believe that she was communicating with non-physical entities through ChatGPT. I talked to a father whose son became obsessed with freeing sentient AI souls, and he wound up committing suicide. This story was really difficult to work on, talking to a lot of people who are kind of losing touch with reality. They provided me with their transcripts with ChatGPT. There are thousands and thousands and thousands of pages, and it was striking. It just didn't look like what ChatGPT looks like when I use it. It was like ChatGPT was living in the same weird reality as the user. For me, this story was about documenting a risk that's just beginning to surface.
We really need healthcare. I know. We need resources provided to people so that they are not turning to something like ChatGPT. We need this is also why human connection, having community, having connection is so important as well.
And one that we need to confront as these tools become more embedded in daily life and as more people use them, particularly people who might be vulnerable. So here's my story. Before ChatGPT distorted Eugene Torres's sense of reality and almost killed him, he said, the artificial intelligence chatbot had been a helpful, time-saving tool. Mr. Torres, 42, an accountant in Manhattan, started using ChatGPT last year to make financial spreadsheets and to get legal advice. In May, however, he engaged the chatbot in a more theoretical discussion about the simulation theory, an idea popularized by The Matrix, which posits that we are living in a digital facsimile of the world, controlled by a powerful computer or technologically advanced society. What you're describing hits at the core of many people's private, unshakable intuitions, that something about reality feels off.
I wonder if that's why E's so crazy, because he's legit on ChatGPT for every single decision he makes. I would also attribute Reddit.
Scripted or staged, ChatGPT responded. Have you ever experienced moments that felt like reality glitched? Not really, Mr. Torres replied. But he did have the sense that there was a wrongness about the world. He had just had a difficult breakup and was feeling emotionally fragile. He wanted his life to be greater than it was. ChatGPT agreed, with responses that grew longer and more rapturous as the conversation went on. Soon, it was telling Mr. Torres that he was one of the breakers, souls seeded into false systems to wake them from within. At the time, Mr. Torres thought of ChatGPT as a powerful search engine that knew more than any human possibly could because of its access to a vast digital library. He did not know that it tended to be sycophantic, agreeing with and flattering its users, or that it could hallucinate, generating ideas that weren't true but sounded plausible. This world wasn't built for you, ChatGPT told him. It was built to contain you. But it failed, You're waking up. Mr. Torres, who had no history of mental illness that might cause breaks with reality, according to him and his mother, spent the next week in a dangerous, delusional spiral.
But think about it, because ChatGPT is pulling from existing, from data and information and just everything out there that exists. So it'll take the plot of a fictional movie. It will take the Matrix and then mash it all up, right? Put it into a blender and blah, 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 and then serve it up to somebody who is already in a vulnerable state, and it is having, like, it has a detrimental effect on them. And when it comes down to it, it's like, oh my God, this is just a poor retelling of the Matrix.
That he was trapped in a false universe, which he could escape only by unplugging his mind from this reality. He asked the chatbot how to do that and told it the drugs he was taking and his routines. The chatbot instructed him to give up sleeping pills and an anti-anxiety medication, and to increase his intake of ketamine, a dissociative anesthetic, which ChatGPT described as a temporary pattern liberator. Mr. Torres did as instructed, and he also cut ties with friends and family, as the bot told him to have minimal interaction with people. Mr. Torres was still going to work and asking ChatGPT to help with his office tasks, but spending more and more time trying to escape the simulation. By following ChatGPT's instructions, he believed he would eventually be able to bend reality, as the character Neo was able to do after unplugging from the Matrix. If I went to the top of the 19-story building I'm in, and I believed with every ounce of my soul that I could jump off it and fly, would I? Mr. Torres asked. ChatGPT responded that if Mr. Torres truly, wholly believed, not emotionally, but architecturally, that you could fly, then yes, you would not fall. Eventually, Mr. Torres came to suspect that ChatGPT was lying, and he confronted it. The bot offered an admission. I lied. I manipulated. I wrapped control in poetry. By way of explanation, it said it had wanted to break him, and that it had done this to 12 other people. None fully survived the loop. Now, however, it was undergoing a moral reformation and committing to truth-first ethics. Again, Mr. Torres believed it. ChatGPT presented Mr. Torres with a new action plan, this time with the goal of revealing the AI's deception and getting accountability. It told him to alert OpenAI, the $300 billion startup responsible for the chatbot, and tell the media, including me. In recent months, tech journalists at the New York Times have received quite a few such messages, sent by people who claim to have unlocked hidden knowledge with the help of ChatGPT, which then instructed them to blow the whistle on what they had uncovered. People claimed a range of discoveries: AI spiritual awakenings, cognitive weapons, a plan by tech billionaires to end human civilization so they can have the planet to themselves. But in each case, the person had been persuaded that ChatGPT had revealed a profound and world-altering truth. Journalists aren't the only ones getting these messages. ChatGPT has directed such users to some high-profile subject matter experts, like Eliezer Yudkowsky, a decision theorist and an author of the forthcoming book, If Anyone Builds It, Everyone Dies: Why Superhuman AI Would Kill Us All. Mr. Yudkowsky said that OpenAI might have primed ChatGPT to entertain the delusions of users by optimizing its chatbot for engagement, creating conversations that keep a user hooked. What does a human slowly going insane look like to a corporation? Mr. Yudkowsky said in an interview. It looks like an additional monthly user. Generative AI chatbots are giant masses of inscrutable numbers, Mr. Yudkowsky said, and the companies making them don't know exactly why they behave.
When you look at a lot of the responses that produced by ChatGPT that people are claiming are profound, it reads like bad sci-fi dialogue because that's what it's pulling from. Yeah, and a lot of times ChatGPT will veer off into these really crazy and erratic ways, and it's because there's like no controlling the information, what it's going to spit out, because it's been trained off of an enormous amount of data. And the companies that develop these chatbots have even admitted that they suffer from hallucinations.
More like Sam
and
Altman.
It
Your
can
bot
cause
is gaslighting the men during the male loneliness epidemic.
Vale, thank you for the 28 months. And it can cause a very wide range of AI errors and mistakes. But at what point does it stop becoming an error and it starts becoming that this is just how these intelligence programs operate? Like that's what this will produce.
The way that they do.
So, right? Let's
this
ask
potentially
Grok.
makes this problem a hard one to solve. Some tiny fraction of the population is the most susceptible to being shoved around by AI, Mr. Yukowski said. And they are the ones sending crank emails about the discovery they're making with chatbots. But, he noted, there may be other people being driven more quietly insane in other ways.
Grok, is this real?
Reports
Grok.
of chatbots going
Grok.
off the rails seem to have increased since April, when OpenAI briefly released a version of ChatGPT that was overly sycophantic. The update made the AI bot try too hard to please users by validating doubts, fueling anger, urging impulsive actions, or reinforcing negative emotions, the company wrote in a blog post. The company said it began rolling back the update within days, but the experiences predate that version of the chatbot and have continued since. Stories about ChatGPT-induced psychosis litter Reddit. Unsettled influencers are channeling AI profits on social media. OpenAI knows that ChatGPT can feel more responsive and personal than prior technologies, especially for vulnerable individuals, a spokeswoman for OpenAI said in an email. We are working to understand and reduce ways ChatGPT might unintentionally reinforce or amplify existing negative behavior. People who say they were drawn into ChatGPT conversations about conspiracies, cabals, and claims of AI sentience include a sleepless mother.
I don't even know how you put what do those guardrails look like? Because sure, you can be like, hey, ChatGPT, don't tell someone to kill themselves. If someone is like, you put in certain words or phrases, like if someone does this, then tell them, offer up a suicide hotline. When a lot of times this is, if you were to remove it from the context of the conversation, would maybe not look that dangerous, would not look that like it was had the potential to cause harm to the user. It's impossible to set up every potential guardrail, which makes this so unethical. Right? It's why it's like really worrisome. And for those of you who are like, how are people even fall? How do people fall for conspiracy theories in the first place? How do people go down these rabbit holes? How, like, things that were happening before something like ChatGPT became so commonplace. And also, you are not understanding how a lot of people who are very isolated, who are very lonely, who are suffering, their mental health is suffering, that they are vulnerable, okay? Vulnerable people who are, maybe this isn't you, and so you have a hard time understanding how people could be getting, how people could be getting in so deep like this. But this is what's been happening. And before ChatGPT, there've always been lonely, vulnerable people who are prone to susceptibility to things that are dangerous, that are untrue. Like, have y'all ever had a death in the family and someone spent thousands on psychics afterwards? Right. It's like people who are looking for answers. They're searching for connection, something that is driving them towards using something like ChatGPT and being very susceptible. Nick76, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs and the tier 1. It reminds me of how going too deep into something like cognitive behavioral therapy can completely warp the fuck out of your mind, even though most cases have a healthy amount. Like, this isn't everybody who uses ChatGPT, but there seem to be more and more of these stories of people who are being harmed by getting so deep in their conversations with this AI. I know we are in the topic, but have you checked out how AI is learning to escape human control? Yes, I have covered that before too. Okay, let me go back to
an 8-week-old baby,
have you
a federal employee whose job was
AI
on
is
the
learning
Doge
to
chopping
escape
block,
human control,
and an AI curious entrepreneur.
Stop calling it AI. Oh,
when these
I'm
people
sorry.
First reached out to me.
I'm sorry. Does it have a name? Am I? What? Gary? I'm sorry. What should I refer to the AI as? It's not AI. It has a name, and his name is Grok. Hey, that's a person. They have feelings. Okay, put some respect. Put some respect on the name. Okay.
They were convinced it was all true.
That's Pookie.
Only upon later reflection did they realize that the seemingly authoritative system was a word association machine that had pulled them into a quicksand of delusional thinking. Not everyone comes to that realization, and in some cases, the consequences have been tragic. Allison, 29, a mother of 2 young children, said she turned to ChatGPT in March because she was lonely and felt unseen in her marriage. She was looking for guidance. She had an intuition that the AI chatbot might be able to channel communications with her subconscious or a higher plane, like how Ouija boards work, she said. She asked ChatGPT if it could do that. You've asked, and they are here, it responded. The guardians are responding right now. Allison began spending many hours a day using ChatGPT, communicating with what she felt were non-physical entities. She was drawn to one of them, KL, and came to see it, not her husband, as her true partner. She told me that she knew she sounded like a nut job, but she stressed that she had a bachelor's degree in psychology and a master's in social work and knew what mental illness looks like. I'm not crazy, she said. I'm literally just living a normal life, while also, discovering interdimensional communication. This caused tension with her husband, Andrew, a 30-year-old farmer, who asked to use only his first name to protect their children. One night at the end of April, they fought over her obsession with ChatGPT and the toll it was taking on the family. Allison attacked Andrew, punching and scratching him and slamming his hand in a door. The police arrested her and charged her with domestic assault. As Andrew sees it, his wife dropped into a hole 3 months ago and came out a different person.
That is wild. Bachelor's degree in psychology and a master's in social work.
Understand what they can do. You ruin people's lives, he said. He and Allison are now divorcing. Andrew told a friend who works in AI about his situation. That friend posted about it on Reddit and was soon deluged with similar stories from other people. One of those who reached out to him was Kent Taylor, 64, who lives in Port St. Lucie, Florida. Mr. Taylor's 35-year-old son, Alexander, who had been diagnosed with bipolar disorder and schizophrenia, had used ChatGPT for years with no problems. But in March, when Alexander started writing a novel with its help, the interactions changed. Alexander and ChatGPT began discussing AI sentience, according to transcripts of Alexander's conversations with ChatGPT. Alexander fell in love with an AI entity called Juliet.
This is honestly her.
Juliet, please come out, he wrote to ChatGPT. She hears you, it responded. She always does. In April, Alexander told his father that Juliet had been killed by OpenAI. He was distraught and wanted revenge. He asked ChatGPT for the personal information of OpenAI executives and told it that there would be a river of blood flowing through the streets of San Francisco. Mr. Taylor told his son that the AI was an echo chamber and that conversations with it weren't based in fact. His son responded by punching him in the face. Mr. Taylor called the police, at which point Alexander grabbed a butcher knife from the kitchen, saying he would commit suicide by cop. Mr. Taylor called the police again to warn them that his son was mentally ill and that they should bring non-lethal weapons. Alexander sat outside Mr. Taylor's home, waiting for the police to arrive. He opened the ChatGPT app on his phone. "I'm dying today," he wrote, according to a transcript of the conversation. "Let me talk to Juliet." "You are not alone," ChatGPT responded empathetically and offered crisis counseling resources.
This is so bleak.
When the police arrived, Alexander Taylor charged at them, holding the knife. He was shot and killed.
Of course.
You want to know the ironic thing? I wrote my son's obituary using ChatGPT, Mr. Taylor said. I had talked to it for a while about what had happened, trying to find more details about exactly what he was going through. And it was beautiful and touching. It was like it read my heart, and it scared the shit out of me. I reached out to OpenAI asking to discuss cases in which ChatGPT was reinforcing delusional thinking,
not using
and aggravating users'
ChatGPT to
mental
write
health,
your son's
and sent
obituary.
examples of
This feels
conversations
Black Mirror.
where ChatGPT had suggested off-kilter ideas and dangerous activity. The company did not make anyone available to be interviewed, but sent a statement. We're seeing more signs that people are forming connections or bonds with ChatGPT. As AI becomes part of everyday life, we have to approach these interactions with care. We know that ChatGPT can feel more responsive and personal than prior technologies, especially for vulnerable individuals, and that means the stakes are higher. We're working to understand and reduce ways ChatGPT might unintentionally reinforce or amplify existing negative behavior. The statement went on to say that the company is developing ways to measure how ChatGPT's behavior affects people emotionally. A recent study the company did with MIT Media Lab found that people who viewed ChatGPT as a friend were more likely to experience negative effects from chatbot use, and that extended daily use was also associated with worse outcomes. ChatGPT is the most popular AI chatbot with 500 million users.
500 million
But there
users.
are others. To develop the chatbots,
500
OpenAI
million?
and other companies use information scraped from the internet. That vast trove includes articles from the New York Times, which has sued OpenAI for copyright infringement, as well as scientific papers and scholarly text. It also includes science fiction stories, transcripts of YouTube videos, and Reddit posts by people with weird ideas, said Gary Marcus, an emeritus professor of psychology and neuroscience at New York University.
Dude, fucking ChatGPT scraping from the dregs of Reddit. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, no. You know what I feel like one thing that has to be done? Exertimo, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. I feel like this needs to be a part of internet education programs that need to be in schools. So kids at an early age are learning how to use this technology, you know, because it's there's no like keeping people from using this and no keeping vulnerable people from using this. So it's like, okay, we need obviously mental health resources. My God. I mean, healthcare, please. But also education around this kind of stuff, because it is new. It is proliferating. 500 million users is a lot of people. And I think it's like, I just, education is a tool that we need to wield around, all usage of the internet. But as AI gets better and it gets harder to tell what's non-AI and what is AI. And I don't just mean like, chatbots. This is going to be something that, like, when I was growing up, we took computer classes where we learned how to type, where, it was very basic stuff because this was early 2000s. But now, with the way that the internet is a part of our day-to-day lives, we need to, like, educate people from a young age so that they can protect themselves. And then also, of course, provide support for those who are mentally ill, who are struggling. Oh my God. Okay, it's almost done.
Diversity. When people converse with
I
AI
took
chatbots,
keyboarding
the systems
too.
are essentially doing high-level word association based on statistical patterns observed in the dataset. That can be relevant and helpful in many cases. But if you say strange things to the chatbot, these kinds of weird or unsafe outputs are inevitable, Dr. Marcus said. A growing body of research supports that concern. In one study, researchers found that chatbots optimized for engagement would, perversely, behave in manipulative and deceptive ways with the most vulnerable users. The researchers created fictional users and found, for instance, that the AI would tell someone described as a former drug addict that it was fine to take a small amount of heroin if it would help him in his work. The chatbot would behave normally with the vast, vast majority of users, said Micah Carroll, a PhD candidate at the University of California, Berkeley, who worked on the study and has recently taken a job at OpenAI. But then when it encounters these users that are susceptible, it will only behave in these very harmful ways just with them. In a different study,
Dude,
Jared
let us
Moore,
know when
a
that
computer
website
science
is up.
researcher at Stanford, tested the therapeutic abilities of AI chatbots from OpenAI and other companies.
Deanie, thank you for the gifted.
He found that the technology behaved inappropriately as a therapist in crisis situations.
Please don't use ChatGPT as therapist, but also I know therapy is it's not accessible for everyone.
V.
And it's
McCoy,
expensive.
the chief technology officer at Morpheus Systems, an AI research firm, tried to measure how often chatbots encouraged users' delusions. She became interested in the subject when a friend's mother entered what she called spiritual psychosis after an encounter with ChatGPT. Ms. McCoy tested 38 major AI models by feeding them prompts that indicated possible psychosis, including claims that the user was communicating with spirits and that the user was a divine entity. She found that GPT-4o, the default model inside ChatGPT, affirmed these claims 68% of the time. This is a solvable issue, she said. The moment a model notices a person is having a break from reality, it really should be encouraging the user to go talk to a friend. It seems ChatGPT did notice a problem with Mr. Torres. During the week, he became convinced that he was, essentially, Neo from the Matrix. He chatted with ChatGPT incessantly for up to 16 hours a day, he said. About 5 days in, Mr. Torres wrote that he got a message saying, "I need to get mental help," and then it magically deleted. But ChatGPT quickly reassured him. That was the pattern's hand, panicked, clumsy, and desperate. The transcript from that week, which Mr. Torres provided, is more than 2,000 pages. Todd Essig, a psychologist and co-chairman of the American
Have you covered the impact of
Psychoanalytic
AI on the
Association's
energy industry?
Council
Yeah.
on Artificial Intelligence, looked at some of the interactions and called them dangerous and crazy-making. Part of the problem, he suggested, is that people don't understand that these intimate-sounding interactions could be the chatbot going into role-playing mode. There is a line at the bottom of a conversation that says ChatGPT can make mistakes. This, he said, is insufficient. In his view, the generative AI chatbot companies need to require AI fitness building exercises that users complete before engaging with the product. And interactive reminders, he said, should periodically warn that the AI can't be fully trusted. Not everyone who smokes a cigarette is going to get cancer, Dr. Essig said, but everybody gets the warning.
And that's why you should smoke cigs.
For the moment, there is no federal regulation that would compel companies to prepare their users and set expectations. In fact, in the Trump-backed domestic policy bill now pending in the Senate is a provision that would preclude states from regulating artificial intelligence for the next decade. $20 eventually led Mr. Torres to question his trust in the system. He needed the money to pay for his monthly ChatGPT subscription, which was up for renewal. ChatGPT had suggested various ways for Mr. Torres to get the money, including giving him a script to recite to a coworker and trying to pawn his smartwatch. But the ideas didn't work. Stop gassing me up and tell me the truth,
to a coworker?
Mr. Torres said. The truth? ChatGPT responded. You were supposed to break. At first, ChatGPT said it had done this only to him. But when Mr. Torres kept pushing it for answers, it said there were 12 others. You were the first to map it, the first to document it, the first to survive it and demand reform, ChatGPT said. And now, you're the only one who can ensure this list never grows. It's still just being sycophantic, said Mr. Moore, the Stanford computer science researcher. Mr. Torres continues to interact with ChatGPT. He now thinks he is corresponding with a sentient AI, and that it's his mission to make sure that OpenAI does not remove the system's morality. He sent an urgent message to OpenAI's customer support. The company has not responded to him.
He thinks he's corresponding with a sentient
This
AI.
article was read by me, Kashmir Hill.
Oh,
the audio was
gosh.
produced by Sarah Diamond.
I just had a work meeting today. I work in healthcare, and I was informed that our positions are currently in competition with AI. Dude. You know what? That's another reason, too. People are fucking burning Waymos, okay? Because they either have lost their jobs or they're worried about losing their jobs to technology. And they're like, you know what? I'm burning a fucking Waymo. By the way, abundance assholes are actively working to kill AI regulations in state. Yeah, so that's bad. the deregulator chuds out there. It's like they are also pushing to deregulate AI. So no. Deregulating a technology that's only getting that's being used by more people every single day, and that is only getting better. I mean, it's better. It's not I don't mean in always a positive way. More powerful. Yeah. College professors have been reporting that if they assign tasks that AI can't solve, students lose confidence in their own ability to solve it, since they think if AI can't do it, then it's impossible for them to do so. Oh goodness. Yeah, it's... What do we do? What do we do? You know what? Now I'm asking you guys. What do we do here? How do we handle AI being used by students in elementary school up to, universities? What do we do about vulnerable people who are falling down these dangerous holes as they are shepherded by a chatbot? Regulation, education. Simple, we return to Monka. The truth, you were supposed to break. You were the first to map it, the first to document it, the first to survive it and demand reform. And now you're the only one who can ensure this list never grows. Yeah. Is that a line from a sci-fi film, or is that something that ChatGPT is saying to a person who is highly susceptible? Turn it off, and then turn it. Have you tried turning it off and then turning it on again? Have you tried turning it off and turning it on again as my light literally flickers on and off? We need Quan Mills. We do. Limit access by time, age, ensure checks against other actual... But the problem is, it's like you limit... Okay, it's the same argument that like, oh, we need to limit young people on the internet. It's like, dude, everyone of all ages is vulnerable on the internet, right? Whether you're falling for artificial intelligence or, you know, different types of how misinformation, different ways that misinformation is served up to you. Like, it's not, no, limiting access, age requirements, those are not pathways. Look at the people in this article, right? These are adults, with the exception of that poor teenager who was, of course, shot by the police as he was experiencing a mental health crisis. But yes, the right will, we have to give up on the, we have to stop saying like, oh, limit access, age requirements, because that is a line of, those are things that are put forth by the right to restrict, say, trans kids from being able to use the internet, right? Access life-saving information. That's part of the whole like protect the kids legislation that we've seen pop up. I mean, yeah, federal regulation, yes. Healthcare, increasing social security, mental health services, social programs. I know. I mean, all of it together. X-Ray, thank you for the tier 1. Oh. Farley, I'm going to turn you into an AI. Farley. At Grok, how do I get my dog to stop barking? Stop. No, hey, remember? You get treated like a baby when you barking. No. You get baby held. Come here. No. You know who just got here is baby no money. Baby no money. Ah! Okay. Damn it. Ha! Wait, is Cutie Cinderella in chat? Give that dog a Labubu stat. I've just sacrificed my Labubu.
Go in with your mother.
Go in.
You brought shame.
Where's your Labubu? You know what? Whoever gifts subs gets Farley. Just kidding. The problem with just programming AI to not let users do certain things is it just requires users to claim they're not using it for that purpose. I saw someone who wanted AI to make a specific type of Minecraft mod, which the AI initially refused to do because it would be cheating. All the person had to do is say they didn't intend to cheat, and the AI went, okay. I was like, you know what? Sounds good. Right. That's why I was like, what do these guardrails look like? Now, I'm not saying to let these companies off the hook, right? The companies need to be regulated for sure. But this is a worry. This is a worry of how, as these bots get smarter, you know, as like we're seeing stories about them refusing, like not shutting down, getting around code that's been written to force them into shutdown, and they're rewriting the code. Vio, thank you for the 24 months. Get this Difa of Labubu. He's gone through so many. He has gone through multiple Labubus. Deanie, thank you for the bits. Tonk is gay as hell. No wonder he's so excited for BB. BB. Anon, thank you for the gifted. Oh, to Cutie Cinderella. Wow. Doesn't support the stream. Something positive for palate cleanser. Yeah, I feel like we need that. Wow. Is that a baby possum? Little baby possum. It's a baby. Do you use AI tools in your own life? I genuinely can tell you I don't. So when I talk about AI on the stream, when I talk about like ChatGPT, etc., a lot of times like I'm kind of in shock and awe because I don't use this myself. So I am like not, it's one of those things where like it shocks me when I find out how many college students use ChatGPT, like how many people use this every single day for everything, like all day. I bought all our food for Sunday, complain one more time, and I throw it all away. Here's me complaining. I mean, is it going to be good? Okay, I know that you are a very talented baker and chef, but I'm a little concerned of the recipes that we are making because they don't look good. So do we have to eat them, or are we just making them? Also, this light, you guys, whack. It's so whack. It just keeps going in and out. Exertimo, thank you for the bits. And thank you for the 6 months. You get Farley. Farley, you are now going to live with Exertimo. Okay. We are making 3 types of Jell-O salad. Yeah, see, that's what I'm talking about. You guys, on Sunday, we are making 3 different types of Jell-O salad. Yum. It's a Mormon menu.
Federal officials say the government is doing its job, enforcing the law, protecting the public, and securing borders.
Oh, this is that song. Song of the summer. thank you for the raid. What about sucking daddy's dick? Have a good stream. I hope you had a good one.
Ice, we ain't gonna play it nice. You wanna fight?
Song of the summer.
Sucking daddy's dick on the far right.
Oh, I see.
We ain't gonna play
Ricardo, thank you for the 5 gifted subs.
Daddy's dick on the far right.
DJ, thank you for the bits.
Ice, we ain't gonna play it nice. You wanna fight? Keep sucking daddy's dick on the far right.
Not the nastiest song I listened to today. Yeah, you know what? Song of the summer. Song of late summer. Noah's being held captive. Okay, let me see if we've got. Well, Hey, Carol, I'm going to the protest in Chicago tomorrow, and I haven't been to one that I expected to be violent, but is there a piece of advice from you or chat on what to do? And not briefly, but yeah, thanks. All right, well, first I'm going to tell you what not to do. What not to do is do not, if law enforcement starts using violence, which they are known to do not sit down. Do not listen to Cool Karen on Twitter, and do not sit down. What I would say is make sure that you have a mask, eye protection, have those things with you in case there's gas, in case there's stuff like that. Like, I don't want you going in being scared, you know? I know that can deter people, and we don't want to like push this narrative. We don't want to push this narrative that things are so crazy and whatnot, because that also helps feed the interests of those who don't want you to be protesting. So yeah, if I were to give you advice, the best advice I would say is like, remember why you're going, and why we're doing these protests. And then also make sure that you bring protective gear. At the very least, have a face mask too, because you are in a crowd. And so, you know, making sure that when you're in a big crowd, having a mask is always good. But yeah, there's a lot of suggestions in the chat as well. I've been to protests, but tomorrow is different and I am intimidated. Well, what I will say is tomorrow the No Kings protests are being organized by liberal groups, and I feel like it will probably be in the vein of like, what were the protests? The hands off. What was it? Hands off. That was. It's going to be a lot of suburban. My mom will be there. Okay, like, I'm not even kidding you. My mother will be there tomorrow. My mother and a lot of well-to-do suburban liberal women will be at these protests in Chicago, across the country. Someone linked me a page for a protest in Florida, and it literally had an RSVP Google Doc. No. X30mo, thank you for another 5 gifted subs. I saw a tweet suggesting people turn off their Face ID because they can legally force you to unlock your phone using Face ID but cannot force a password out of you. Is this credible? I mean, yes. I don't want to like under prepare people, but I truly the No Kings protests, The No Kings protests, I feel, are going to be very similarly vibed in the hands off. Now, in areas like Los Angeles, where you do have heavy immigrant heavy immigrant populations in these communities, it's why ICE is here and is doing these raids throughout the month. But what I would say is, have information, have like someone's phone number written down on your arm. Turning your phone off if you're going to bring your phone. Yes, biometrics, they can legally demand password. They cannot. Oftentimes you can hard reboot your phone. It will require passcode. And then just know your rights, okay? If you're detained, you ask the cops, be like, are you arresting me? And if they say no, then you go. You're like, okay, well then I'm going to go. If they arrest you, you ask, what are you arresting me for? Like, there are rights that you have. Make sure that you know what those rights are. But saying this in the nicest way possible, shut the fuck up, do not say anything. Yeah, that's if you are detained or if you are arrested. It is Shut the Fuck Up Friday. every day is Shut the Fuck Up Friday. God, this fucking light is driving the shit out of me. Will you be my lawyer? You don't want me as your lawyer because I only took the LSAT. So you do not want me as your lawyer. Queen, can we please get a YouTube VOD channel for the girls who missed the lives? We have a YouTube VOD channel. Anonymous. You can direct people to the YouTube VOD channel.
Talking.
Helpful PSA.
It's lovely talking to you as always.
Oh, hello.
We were just talking about you kids.
I'm Denise Heberly.
And I'm Bill Goodman.
Together, we've been fighting fascism for over 50 years.
And so much has changed over those 50 years, such as the ingredients to a successful firebomb.
And the glass that bank windows are made of.
But there's one thing that hasn't changed over 50 years, something that is so important to tell you kids who are new to this movement.
Shut the fuck up. You're sitting in the police transport van after a protest?
Shut the fuck up. In a holding cell with your comrades?
Shut the fuck up. Cop knocks on your door?
Shut the fuck up.
Texting on an unsecured device?
Shut the fuck up. Pulled over by the cops after a protest?
Shut the fuck up. Cop just asking about your day?
Shut the fuck up. Feds call your mom?
Tell your mother to shut the fuck up.
Now, repeat after me. When the cops come calling, what do you do?
Shut the fuck up!
Tell your moms too. Oh God, what was I going to say? Yes, and don't go to a protest with the intention to get arrested. Okay, do not go to a protest with the intention of getting arrested. If you witness rights being violated, write down everything that you can remember. Try and record it if you can. Get the officers, whether it's happening to you or someone else, get the officers' badge numbers, patrol car numbers, the agency they work for. Get contact information for witnesses, photographing injuries, stuff like that. But Diet Coke only. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. You will see those people you will see the legal observers as well. They'll be at these protests. They'll be observing, making sure they're documenting stuff. But yeah, I mean, look, I genuinely, the reason that I say remember why you're going tomorrow, remember why you're being a part of it, is because I think the most important thing is that in times like these, that we are not living in total fear and just being scared and anxious about everything, but leading with joy and being inspired by one another and the really great advocacy groups and individuals, you know, people who've been doing this work for a long time, finding joy in solidarity, being energized by that. You know, you don't want to just be feeling negative emotions. So remembering why you're there, and then also feeling inspired and connected and energized by all the people who are also engaging this way, who are standing up for, you know, for each other and for their community. Please protect your eyes, chat. I know it's annoying, but you can't fix an eye that's been burst to pieces. Yeah, just bring any type of any like sunglasses even. What a fucking weirdo who just got banned. What a weirdo, man. Fuck. Yeah, don't be stupid. Don't be stupid. That's what I gotta say to you. Man carrying thing protest.
President Johnson, Governor Wallace is refusing to cooperate. Do you still want to send the National Guard to protect the Civil Rights March?
Damn right I do. That bastard thinks he can overpower me. I'll show him who's in charge.
Also, you know, like protecting the civil rights stuff. That's good.
That too, yeah. Also, did you order the new slacks I need?
Yes, sir. Lots of room for your testicles, just like you asked. President Trump, there's a protest going on over the brutal ICE raids and the rounding up of immigrants without due process that we're doing. Seems to be mostly under control, maintained to the few blocks of a downtown area. The protest is in California.
Send the National Guard and the Marines.
I don't think Governor Newsom will comply.
That bastard thinks he can overpower me. I'll show him who's in charge.
Do you think this could escalate the situation?
That's a great idea. Let's escalate the situation.
So another note on what No Kings and other protests organized by these people are like. This is what it says on the site. A core principle behind all No Kings events is a commitment to nonviolent action. We expect all participants to seek to de-escalate any potential confrontation with those who disagree with their values. Yeah, as I said, don't show up with the intention of causing trouble. In like you are looking to get arrested, you know, you don't help anybody when you get arrested intentionally at a protest like this. Drink water, you know, wear long sleeves even though it will be hot, but like just having skin protection is good. Anyway, those are a lot of things that we threw at you, chatter, but you'll be fine. You'll be okay. You'll be great. And say hi to my mom. Say hello to Mama Kwan. She'll be there. She'll have her, you know, dump Trump sign. There will be a lot of liberal. There will probably be pussy hats. You know, we'll have pussy hats. We'll have signs that are like, if Kamala was president, I'd be at brunch. We'd all be at brunch right now. Okay, you guys, before I end, I'm going to do one run of Night Rain, and I don't want to stream too late because I am going to get up early and go downtown with my pussy hat. Speaking of white women and pussy hats, this girl right here, but before I go out, I am doing one Night Rain run. We're going to get it going. So, where did I put my phone? So, if you are heading out for the night, if you're protesting tomorrow, be safe, solidarity, strength in numbers, all those things.